All right, guys, this next guest is a battle rap legend. Team Homie is in the building. I'm talking about the one and only Swave Sevah. Yo, Swave, how you doing, my bro?
I'm good. I can't complain, living life.
I hear you, man.
You know what I mean? How you doing?
Hey, man, I can't complain either. Any day above ground is a good one, right?
Any day we wake up, that's a fact.
Right.
It is freezing in New York right now, I tell you that, though. But other than that, I'm great.
Yeah.
It is freezing outside.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that storm, man, was no joke.
Yeah, I think they said we got another one. There's another one heading this way.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't even finished.
Typically, I like to cover your origin story first, but there's a lot of hot topics going on right now in the battle rap world. So I wanted to get your thoughts on those first, you know what I mean? And then we spin the block and go back to your origin story, man. So
whatever you want to do, I'm here for it. Whatever you want to do.
So recently, Smack came out and revealed why URL won't work with Eazy the Block Captain ever again. Did you see that on Hip Hop Is Real?
I saw it.
What were your thoughts about that?
I knew, yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. I thought it would have been more of a conversation. I mean, I thought it would have been said already. But yeah, I understand. I understand how they feel. I understand everything that Smack said. I kind of get it. You know what I mean? And from that perspective, if I'm standing in Smack's shoes, why shouldn't he feel that way? You know what I mean? So yeah, like from the outside looking in, I understand Smack. Like I get him. I kind of agree.
In the past, like you felt like URL was trying to hold back Eazy's like bag, but now like you understand more of like why he felt the way they did, or like why they had a discrepancy.
Yeah, in the past, I understood Eazy's argument when he was talking about the YouTube viewership and how he didn't want to be stuck on the app. You know what I mean? He wanted his likeness to be seen more. And who wouldn't? So I kind of understood his argument as to why he would want more YouTube views and more YouTube push. And when his departure from URL first happened, I thought it was mainly over that issue of them not coming to a compromise of him getting his battles released on YouTube. You know, I understand why Smack doesn't drop on YouTube no more business-wise, but I could also understand as a battle rapper myself why you would want your battle or why you would prefer your battles to be dropped on YouTube, because, you know, more people view it. Like, not everybody got the app. You know what I mean? So I understood Eazy's argument. But somewhere down the line, it just turned into like Eazy just got stuck in his own head somewhere, and it just seemed like everybody he joined at one point, he was having issues with. You know what I mean? So after a while, if I'm being honest, it started looking like everything was kind of Eazy fault, or just Eazy, just the way Eazy move. You know what I mean? So, you know, I could see why a lot of people may feel betrayed by Eazy.
Right. And absolutely, you know, like in the era that we're in now, it's like everybody cares about convenience, right? Like if you on the Instagram app and you see like the news and they tell you click the link, a lot of people are too lazy to go click the link in the bio. They just want to see it in the app. They don't want to switch to another app, you know? So like for YouTube, if you're already on YouTube, it makes it so easy. You watching other stuff already. It's like you flipping the channel basically, instead of going to another completely different thing. You know, like got to put the DVD inside the player or something like that. You know, like I feel like that's how people feel when they want that, when you ask them to switch to a different app or pay for it, right?
And then let's not forget the fact that it's free. You know, you got to pay for a subscription on the app.
Right, exactly.
A lot of people may not want to pay that little monthly fee. I mean, a lot of people may not even have it. A lot of people, all they have is YouTube. And, you know, a lot of fans of battle rap, you know, ain't working. YouTube is what they do at home when they got some time, and they probably love watching battle rap. So, you know how many battles a lot of people miss that don't have the app?
Absolutely.
Like a lot of good name battles, like a lot of good, well talked about battles. Like a lot of people ain't catching those battles because they don't have the app.
Shit, even when they first did the caffeine thing, I felt like a lot of people missed out on some stuff, you know?
Now, the thing about caffeine, though, caffeine was also free. So if you caught it, the only thing about caffeine is when they played it. They ain't played no replays. You had to catch it on the app after that. So you had to be live and in tune where I was going down on caffeine to catch it. It's not like they're going to keep it up and you can go anytime and replay it.
Right,
you know
but again though, it's like having to go to a different app. Like people care so much about convenience, they're just like, I don't even want to make the effort, you know?
Exactly.
So I think it really separates kind of like how big of a fan are you really? You know, like, are you willing to, or are you possible to pay the extra amount? Are you willing to go the extra mile to go out of your way to go support, you know? So that I felt like that was really the difference.
That's how you turn it on the fans. Like, are you really a fan?
Yeah.
Like, it's, you know, I mean, the app ain't really expensive. It's like $8 a month. Like, are you really a fan? Are you willing to pay $8 a month to help battle rap grow, to help URL grow as a brand so it can keep bringing you the battles you want to see? Or are you just one of them people that you just you love it when convenient?
Right.
It's convenient for you, so you love it.
Are you a casual viewer? You know?
Yeah,
and then
you know
also,
what I mean?
it's like, you got to look at it from a different perspective of like, look at all the years we gave you free stuff. Like, can't you, you know, do us a solid now?
We spoiled them.
Right.
We spoiled them, and now they just like, you know, a lot of people, some people understand, some people that business minded, that know how this shit grow, that's ambitious, that want the same for themselves, they understand. You know, so you had to support it. Those are the people that went and got the app, you know what I mean? And then you got the people that just like, man, listen, y'all crazy, man, I ain't paying for that shit. You just got the stubborns. Right. And those are the people that still get old shit on YouTube or something. They watching battles from other leagues that drop on YouTube, or they watch whenever URL decide they're going to drop something on YouTube, which is every so often now, you know what I mean? So they did wait for those.
But I feel like the situation with Eazy, it was kind of like when an artist signs a record deal, like, you know, you agree to the terms, right? Whether it's right or wrong, like you can argue a lot of different things, you know, but like if you agree to those terms of like, I'm going to exclusively have my battles on this platform specifically, right? You know what you was kind of signing up for, or you should have at least had somebody read over that paperwork before you signed it, at least, you know? And I felt like that's kind of what happened with their situation. Like he wanted to get out of that, and you know, that's where the argument was like, oh, I'm already out of my contract. That, you know, URL was like, no, you still under contract, and then the whole thing just went to shit.
Yeah, that too. Like, them contracts is very tricky topic as well when it comes to these leagues and these battlers. You know what I mean? Because, you know, when I started battling, and there wasn't no exclusivity. I started on grind time, and there wasn't too many leagues like it is now. There's a whole bunch of leagues now, but in grind time, it was just like grind time, and it was like URL wasn't even around when I started. You know what I mean? Grind time was really mainly it. And then you had KOTD jumped out, and then it was just like all these other little leagues. And then boom, URL, you know what I mean, blossomed and all that. But like grind time was the only one really kicking, doing it like that. So it was just like a blessing to be a part of that. And then when all the other leagues started blossoming, it was just like, oh, league owners would contact me, and if it made sense, I would do it. So then that's how I just started to bouncing around and all that. So it was never like a contract thing. It was always like, yo, you call me if I'm available. If it sounds good, I'm with it. You know what I mean? And then I guess the development of battle rappers came into play. Now leagues is claiming that they developed this talent and this artist. Because of us, this talent, this artist is known, and this artist's name got out there. So they claiming exclusivity rights to this talent. And then those contracts come out now.
Right.
I never had one of those contracts, but for the people who did decide to, you know what I mean? If you sign the contract, then you gotta abide by the contract. And a lot of people would breach, well, I ain't gonna say a lot of people, but there are battle rappers that would breach in those contracts, which is make it wrong on their end. If you signed it, then you gotta go along with it, you know what I mean? Or negotiate it before you sign. And I think that's where I think a lot of people wasn't even reading they shit, to be real with you. They just thirsty for the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of people wasn't even reading these contracts. That's why they think they could just move how they want to move once they get their money and they feel like, oh, I'm good. No, you're not good. Now you got to abide by to the, you know what I mean, the contract.
Yeah. You know, and there were the allegations that like Eazy was trying to poach artists from URL to appear on his own events and everything. And since then, though, Eazy has said that, you know, he's open to doing a URL event as long as the money is right. But Smack has said he can't trust somebody that only cares about the money.
Oh, yeah, well, I can't either. Like, I mean, if I'm being totally honest, bro, if I was smacking him, I wouldn't work with Eazy again, personally.
Right.
If I was on that side of things, the way everything transpired, I really wouldn't. You know what I mean? It would really have to be a very sit down at the table. Nah, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't, but we would have to talk. We would have to sit down like men and come to some kind of neutral agreement. Other than that, I wouldn't work with him.
And that's what Smack said too. He said that I'm not against having a conversation with him as a man,
right?
But
that's man shit. That's
like
man
we
shit.
have to have that conversation first.
Yeah, that's man shit.
Yeah,
as a man, cause you feel you was wrong. So I can't continue to do business with somebody that I feel wrongly once. You know what I mean? That I can't trust business wise. Why would I do business with somebody I can't trust business wise? You understand me? So we gonna have to have that conversation first.
For sure.
It's a must.
So then Smack also spoke on Remy Ma coming into battle rap culture, and URL showed her mad love, but she ended up poaching Eazy from them, and he described it as backdoor shit. Because originally Chrome 23 was supposed to be a female battle rap league, but she ended up doing backdoor stuff and like trying to get people to jump ship, and he felt it was corny.
Okay, well, with this one, I'm on the fence with. Because I don't believe Remy started, and I don't believe she came in battle rap with intentions on doing sneaky shit. You understand me? I think she had good intentions when she came in. I think she aligned herself with smacking them at first because she was up there with them. Smack was talking about that's his sister. And I think when she genuinely got involved, she was genuinely involved. Like she really, when she started Chrome and she started it for the females, I think she did that because for one, she's a female MC. For two, I really think she really wanted to make something big for the female. I remember there was something going around when she first started, like her first event, where I don't know how true it is, but they say that all the girls on the first event was getting paid at least $10,000 or better. You know what I mean? And if that's true, then that was something big for the females right then and there, right? And I think she came in with good intentions and really tried to boost the female battle rap game up. Like she had girls getting hair and makeup done at sets. Like that wasn't always that wasn't happening before. You know what I mean? Girls would come with their stuff already done. But she had like a makeup team and a wardrobe team for the girls at the event. Like, so she was really trying to do it. And I think those was all good intentions.
Yeah.
I think that business kicked in. I guess she realized, and this is no shot, this is just me being real and telling truth. And this is, you can even compare it to the NBA and the WNBA. They don't pull in what the fellas pull in. It's a handful of girls that can really ask for the kind of bag that a twerk is asking for. Like you have Jazz that could do it, Hustle could do it. Like it's a handful that can really ask for that kind of bag. There's a bunch of guys that can ask for a bag in battle rap. There's not that many girls that can ask for a bag. You know what I mean? And be worth it. You can ask, but is somebody gonna really want to pay you that? And I feel like I feel like Remy realized that. I feel like she spent a lot of money her first event and realized that she didn't recoup. And to really do the big events how she wanted to throw them, she had to start using fellas, bro. And I really feel like that's what it ultimately came down to. I don't think it was sneaky shit. I think it was just a wake-up call, like, hold on, I gotta make my money back. And this, I mean, keep doing these all-girl events, they not really pulling the money in like that. You know what I mean? So let me do a Hitman versus Eazy battle real quick. And she seen the money that pulled in and was like, okay, wait a minute. You know what I mean? That's what I think turned it the other way. I don't think it was her coming in and saying, yo, URL, let me get close to these niggas. Let me steal Eazy and take them over here. We gonna start making, like, I don't think she came in like that. I think it just all kind of just happened. And as far as her and Eazy, feelings is feelings. I believe they fell for each other somewhere down the line, and that's how they end up how they end up. Like, I think shit just happened how it happened, bro. I don't think nobody came in with bad intentions at first. It just, once shit started happening, the floodgates opened. You understand what
Once
I'm
the train
saying?
started moving, you couldn't stop it.
You can't stop it. And then it started going in the train started moving in a different direction, and then it was a direction that URL wasn't going.
Mm.
So now naturally you growing apart. You know what I mean? And now y'all in competition.
Did you see my man Debo from Queen of the Rings video?
Which video? He got a bunch of them.
He did a video speaking about what Smack said. And
no, I ain't see his.
Oh, and he shared his own personal experiences. So he basically said that when Remy first came around, he really helped her too. And she said she wanted to be a part of Queen of the Ring. But then after like he like helped her and showed her like everything, she then was like, nah, I want to go do my own thing now. So he kind of like echoed the same sentiments as Smack, where like she did similar stuff to him.
I mean, if that's how they feel, like I can't tell nobody how to feel.
Right.
Well, excuse me. If that's how they feel, like the experience with Remy was, then I guess that's how they feel Remy made them. That's whatever Remy did with them made them feel that way. I'm just speaking from the outside looking in. I'm the only work that I did with Remy is judging her tournament battle for Chrome 23. She asked me to judge one time, well, maybe twice, or maybe 3 times. 3 times I judged. That's the only time I really, you know what I mean,
Right.
had any interaction with her as far as, like, she never hit me up to do any battles. Like, I never did business with Remy. So I don't have any business transactions to tell you, oh, yeah, she shitted on me or this, that, and the third. Nah, not with me. You know what I mean? With them, they can tell you something else. I'm only telling you from how I'm seeing it. Like, I feel like she ain't coming with bad intentions, but she realized along the way what she was doing, that in order to really do what she had in her head, she was gonna have to do it a different way. And she chose that way.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that way led into what it is now.
How do you feel about Chrome 23 shutting down now?
Listen, you live and you learn, B. I don't know what to say about that. You know, I also know that Remy also started a streaming network, and she probably ready to focus on that. See, I don't know. The thing about shit, it's a lot of cliffhangers, right? And I'm a realist. It could be that she just don't want to fuck with battle rap no more. She shut her shit down. It could be that she feel like, yo, the streaming shit that she started has got most of her time, and she ain't gonna be having time to do that. So she shut the lesser one down. You know what I mean?
Right.
It could be a bunch of things. So me personally, I know I'm looking at timing. And timing, if you look at timing, she just started a streaming service, and you know that's a lot. So she probably just gonna focus on that and really ain't feel like, I ain't got time to be focusing on these girls, especially with all the drama that came into her life from battle rap. She probably said, let me go do this shit. I'm just looking like what I would have did.
Right.
Yeah, I'm shutting it down. Let me go do my streaming shit real quick. I ain't about to deal with that shit right now.
I feel you, man. All right, so recently there's been a debate about Fabolous versus Lloyd Banks. Who do you think is the better artist overall?
Overall? Shout out to Lloyd Banks, please. I fuck with Lloyd Banks. He be watching my podcast. He be in tune with us, so I don't want to play him, but I actually think Fab is.
So
I think Fab is the better artist overall. I think Fab had more hits. I think people bump Fab music in the street more. I think Lloyd Banks is one of those artists that people bump when you bumping like Griselda, or you in the street, or you just playing niggas with bars in the hood, and you just, you know what I mean, playing on your it's on your fucking playlist when you were at a function or something. But you would hear a Fab song on the radio more. You would hear Fab in the club more. You would hear more Fab songs on the pass by. You would hear, you know what I mean? So I say Fab is the better artist overall.
Who you got in a battle on tracks and a battle on stage, though?
On tracks, I'm gonna keep it where I give it to Fab, both ways.
Wow.
I give it to Fab both ways. I give Lloyd Banks the closer edge on stage, face to face. Track-wise, I give it to Fab. I think Lloyd Banks got a better chance on stage.
What do you think is the reason why? Like, are you talking just from like a skill level of dissing, or like multi-syllables? Like what do you?
I'm talking about from a rapping skill level. They both got incredible bars. They both do punches. They both got great cadences and deliveries. I'm talking on a wordplay level, a skill level. I give it to Fab. Especially after hearing that Fab diss when he was dissing 50 recently. Nah,
Right.
Fab means spazzing, bro. Nah, Fab, bro. I got Fab, man.
What did you think of 50 saying they were both the same? Like, they both good at making songs about girls and they both lazy.
I mean, 50 say shit about everybody, man.
He do.
I love 50, my nigga. I'm a huge 50 fan. I ain't gonna lie. I like the way he be trolling, nigga. That should be having me crying, bro.
Right.
He's hilarious to me, yo. And he's a great businessman as well. And then I like what he be doing with the power universe and all that. So I think 50 can't, he doing him, man. Yeah, 50 looking at it from his position, he dealt with Lloyd Banks, so he could tell you if he was lazy or not. You know what I mean? So I can't tell you that. I never dealt with Lloyd Banks in person. So, you know what I mean? If 50's saying that, then me hearing him say that and looking at it like, oh, he must know them niggas. So if he's saying it, look, he must have a reason for saying it. So maybe they are lazy. You know what I mean? Maybe they are. I never seen 50 really lie like that unless he trolling. He be playing, but when he talking, he don't be lying like that. So he must
I think though, like it's kind of hard for somebody that is so much of a hustler like 50, where like he taking no time off. Like the way they describe him is like if he wasn't working out in the gym, he was on the movie set like right away. Then he was hit the studio.
So his work
it was
ethic,
like
you gotta give it to him for his work ethic.
Right.
You gotta give it to him, bro. You gotta commend that man for his work ethic, especially from where he came from. That's a fact. Anybody of that stature, like all of them, Jay-Z, Nas, all of them. I respect all them niggas. They all in my top. You know what I mean?
For sure, man. Do you think that 50 needs to respond to Fab?
Now, lyrically, 50 can't mess with Fab either, though. 50 I think 50 need to keep doing what he doing.
I think 50's best chance if he were to respond. Like, I do think that he could pull out that old lyrical 50. Don't get me wrong, right?
Like, he probably do a nice little jump off song and make it a hit. You know what I mean? That's
Right.
50 style too. He'll make it a hit type shit.
But his best disses come at the end of the song where he just talking shit and laughing.
Shit. That's what I'm saying. He better off doing that type shit like he doing now. He do that shit on Twitter and on Instagram. He be trolling them niggas like, I like, just let him do that. And keep going working on power. You know what I mean? I fuck with 50 right now, B. I like what he doing. That's, you know what I mean?
For sure, man.
It would be funny if they go into a lyrical song war, then I think Fab, especially after that verse Fab just shot with the Neo, Fab went crazy, bro. Leave Fab alone, man.
He did spaz though, for real.
Mm-hmm. Leave Fab alone.
Since you from Harlem, what are your thoughts on the whole Dipset inner turmoil with Cam versus Jim?
I try not to get involved, man. I love them niggas to death, B. It's Harlem, man. I hate seeing Harlem against Harlem. That's why I don't really battle Harlem niggas. Anybody you know that know me, they'll tell you I'm a Harlem nigga. Like, I love my town, so I'm always repping. And I rep niggas that rep my town, you know what I mean? And I hate seeing it.
It's just unfortunate to watch, isn't it though?
Yeah, and you know, people grow apart, bro. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. There's a lot of things that I'm not even gonna comment on, but there's a lot of things I heard that I don't even like because I know about the situation, folk. Like, a lot of people I know is involved. You know what I mean? So it's like, I hate that they even bringing shit up. And yeah, I just don't like it, bro. And I know a lot of people I know, they staying out of the situation too, and they tell it, yeah, so I'll just be sitting back. I'm praying for the best. I'm praying everybody come to a good resolution and let Harlem just be Harlem once again. I don't like seeing that separation.
Even the Dame Dash aspect of it too, where like he getting into it with Cam.
That too. I hate the fact that
getting into
Zeke,
Jim.
I hate, you know what I mean, that Jim and Zeke going at it. And that footage that came out that showed them about to fight Dame, about to fight. I hated seeing all that, man. I keep it real, man. It's Harlem, man. I love my niggas, man. So it's just like, I ain't like it.
Yeah.
But I do know people, I do know niggas need to come to a sit down and come to some kind of agreement, though. We grown men. You know what I mean? I wish that everybody just be grown men and talk. And stop letting the internet, stop leaking shit out on it. Everything ain't for everybody. I'm a firm believer of that. Everything ain't for everybody, man. Sometimes niggas just gotta come together and just be men. Even if y'all gonna shoot the fade, but just be men. You know what I mean? Get off the internet.
I agree, man. Because, like, you know, not everything is for public consumption. And when you put it out in the media like that, people get embarrassed more. They take it more personal. And then they're less likely to resolve the situation because of that.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Because you hear everybody commenting on it, laughing, and, like, you know, giving their opinion on shit. And then next thing you know, you're just like, you know, even though that was my bro, I'm less likely to forgive now, you know?
Right. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But I think you're right, though, because like a lot of people are just, you know, they grow up, they grow apart, they go through different business avenues. Now you see Cam, he got his own, you know, he got his podcast, 2 podcasts, whatever, you know, he doing big things. It's just like, you know, and then Jim, he started his thing, you know, so it's like everybody go their separate ways. And it's like, people just want different things as they get older, man.
Can you imagine everybody was just cool and the music that would be being made and man, listen, it would just, it's too much back and forth. I don't like it. I try not to. I stopped getting in tune, but to be real with you, I be seeing the headlines. I don't even be clicking on them no more. I don't even want to hear it.
I understand, man, for sure. All right, so I want to get into your backstory. So you're originally from Harlem, born and raised, right?
Born and raised.
Which part of Harlem?
West Side, Harlem. I'm mid Harlem. I'm on 2/4. Word. West Side.
Did you grow up with any siblings?
Yeah. I got this. Okay, so my mom had 5 kids. My father had 3 of us. I got 2 brothers. Rest in peace, my brother Derek, though. But in Detroit, I got the 2 other brothers. Now I got my brother Ebani. My brother Derek passed away. In New York, it's 5 of us. I got another brother here, Ivan, and I got 3 sisters.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, well, first, rest in peace to your brother, man. I'm sorry to hear that. But
Yeah.
you guys all grew up together, or how was the house like?
2 brothers in Detroit, and then 4 siblings here.
Got you.
In Harlem.
Okay.
Yes and no. My brother, he spent a couple years in Atlanta with his grandmother on his father's side. We got a different father. I'm the only one with a different father. My father was from Detroit. My siblings, they all got the same father. So his father's mother lived in Atlanta, and he went to stay with his grandmother down there for a couple years. And then I had my oldest sister. She went to the Marines when I was young, so she became a Marine. So she was out the house as a young. So I really grew up here with me and 2 sisters.
Wow. What was your relationship like with your parents, and like your parents' relationship with each other? Like, how was that dynamic in the house?
Oh man, it was crazy. I mean, it wasn't crazy. It was regular. Like growing up, I had a great time in Harlem growing up. My parents, rest in peace, my pops. My pops was originally from Detroit, but he had moved to Harlem. He had a job teaching NYPD martial arts, and
Wow.
my story is kind of. I don't even know if I should tell all this because it's kind of crazy, bro. But through them, he met some underworld people. You know what I mean? Street figures. I ain't gonna get into all that. But
Right.
also met my mom through, passing in Harlem and shit, certain jobs. They connected. Boom. Had me. I was added to. My mom already had 4 kids. And I came the 5th one. And my father had 2 in Detroit already, and I was his 3rd. So, you know what I mean? That's how you put that. So I'm the baby of the whole bunch. I'm the last one. And growing up, it was dope. My father's a martial artist. He was a martial artist. I grew up under martial art law. I grew up in martial arts. So let me put that out there right now, because that was the first thing that I ever really put my focus to. You know what I mean? And, coming outside, I say by the age of 12, my dad moved back to Detroit. And, it was a little friction going on. I was outside doing God knows what. In that time, between martial arts, going to school, and running the streets, hip-hop became a thing. I have my older brother here, my mother's son, Ivan, he beatboxes and shit. And he became part of a group called X-Town Posse, where there's another dude that I consider my brother. He also passed away. His name is Daylyt. He taught me how to rhyme. And Daylyt was the first person I ever known to have a record deal. And X-Town Posse was signed to Capitol Records back in the late 80s. And my brother was part of the group and shit. So they used to use the apartment to rehearse in the kitchen and shit. And I used to always be in there as a young kid watching them rap and brother beatboxing and shit. We had another boy named KG. He lived down the block at the time. He was the DJ. And they used to always come up with these songs, and they performed on Apollo Theater, and they had a manager named Ralph Cooper who worked at Apollo Theater. And then, this whole time I'm looking at them, I'm trying to emulate it, I'm writing rhymes, I'm running to my boy Daylyt like, yo, listen to this. He telling me if I'm ready or not, like, nah, you're not ready. And then one day I kicked the rhyme to him and his reaction was like, what? Who wrote that? And his reaction told me everything. I was like, that. You know what I mean? So I went around kicking everybody this rhyme, like, and everybody used to love it. So that was like my reactions, and I just kept writing and writing. I was in high school battling, and now I'm running the streets battling, and you know what I mean? Running the Ike, Ike rhyme, me and Ike started going crazy. We growing up, we started a little group, me, Ike, my man Pro Rock, we started a group. It used to be called MBC for Newborn Chaos, but then we changed it to CVs, Ceremonial Victorians and shit. Then we just started rapping everywhere. Went to the battle zone, battling in the street, battling everywhere. Underground hip hop started going crazy. Stretching Bobito, we listened to the underground hip hop. We old shit. Now we hearing about Lyricist Lounge. I'm going down to Lyricist Lounge. I'm rapping. I'm meeting niggas like Breeze Ever Flowing. My nigga Poison Pen. I'm starting to see niggas 88 hip hop. And meanwhile in Harlem, they had some shit called Mad Ciphers and Charlie Clips and Vado and J Mills, and it was just rapping everywhere. Then later on down the line, EO Dub, longest running open mic in New York. I won a chair. I won a MC challenge there. I won a Nels Barbershop battles that they had in Harlem back in the day. Fucking 105 was there, the radio station. It was just like a bunch of things. Battling became a thing, and then, you know, music. We was making music. Me, Ike, Pro. I got down with Stronghold, Poison Pen, Breeze Ever Flowing, Immortal Technique, Lifelong. Shout out my Stronghold brothers. They was terrorizing the underground circuit. Immortal Technique was doing battles, killing everybody. Poison Pen was hosting and doing battles, killing everybody. My nigga DJ Static was winning beat battles and DJ battles. I was jumping in battles. I was winning battles. And then it just became my nigga Breeze Ever Flowing was killing battles. It was just like we was having so much fun. It just became a thing. And at the same time making music. You know what I mean?
Right. I want to backtrack a little bit. Talk to us about what Harlem was like in the 70s and 80s as a kid while you were growing up. Like, what were you seeing?
Okay, now that's crazy. All right, 70s, I don't remember. I was born in 70s. 80s is when I started coming outside, late 80s, heavy crack era. It was crazy. Harlem was crazy. Harlem used to look retarded, mad, abandoned lots and buildings everywhere. We used to have these arcades though. This is my thing, the arcades. We used to have little arcades everywhere, little pizza shop with the big arcade games in the back. People used to hang out, number holes. And it was a heavy crack era, it was a heavy stick-up kid era. People was out here getting how they got it. You know what I mean? It was spooky out here. You know what I mean? It was, you know, you was either involved or you wasn't. You went to school. Some people try to do both. Some people were just in the street. Then you had the not so good side about it. It was crackheads everywhere. I remember seeing crack vials all over the street. Crime was up. Crazy. It was crazy. But on the flip side, there was a community like there were way more after school programs back in the day when I was growing up, like the PAL. There was a lot of martial art dojos. Shout out to the Bathhouse. Shout out to the YMCA on 135th Street. Shout out to the Valley program, Pelham Fritz program, Millbank, Minnesink. There was a lot of programs for the youth back then that really not around no more. And that's a lot,
Right.
that's sad for the youth, because that's why they out here bugging now, because It's really no program. There was music programs. Like I went to a junior high school that had a whole, it was called a performing arts school, Harbor Junior High School for Performing Arts. Like I don't hear those kind of schools for these kids no more. Like for them to explore something other than the regular curriculum, explore talents. You know what I mean? I don't really hear.
Wasn't that such a beautiful thing though? That despite
I would love to put my son in something like that. I would love it.
But what I'm saying though is that, you know, despite the difficult circumstances of the neighborhood and everything, you still had a school that helped you, like, you know, explore different things outside of the regular curriculum, right? That could really like nurture your talent.
Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like my favorite school I ever went to was a school called Hoffa. It was a junior high school. I went from 7th to 9th grade there. And they had drama class, they had circus arts. They taught people how to flip and juggle and all that, and they would actually put on circus shows. It was crazy. They had chorus where they taught people how to sing and all that. They had instrumentals. They had people playing instruments, taught people saxophones and trombone, and it was crazy. Like and they used to put on plays. We used to put on these plays that people used to come pay to watch. Like we was in junior high school. When I think about it, we was children. Like my son is in junior high right now. And I look at how big he is. I'm looking at this kid. I'm like, damn, I was that size. And I actually played in the Wiz and Little Shops of Harvard at this junior high school. Like I actually was an actor in these plays. You know what I mean? So it's just like, damn, I can remember it like it was yesterday. Like I remember how excited we was because we tore that shit down. You know what I mean? I felt like, and I'm looking at my son like, damn, I was that small when I did that shit. Like, damn, that shit crazy. But yeah, that shit was a moving, a very moving experience. I would love to put my son in some shit like that. There's nothing like that really around. I gotta put him in something outside of school you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like it's not a part of his school program. They don't have that. They got regular shit, math, science, reading, of course, ELA, of course, and then maybe they'll do basketball. But you know, that's regular. You know what I mean? They don't got drama class. They will teach you how to do instruments or how to sing. Imagine a school that taught people how to sing or how to flip and do shit and tumble and do backflips and tucks and Olympic winning medal, you know what I mean? Olympic medal winning shit type. Like, man, listen, that shit kind of crazy. And I ain't no shit like that. That's what I miss from my growing up days. We had that.
How do you feel that juxtaposition of like so much culture and creative arts and everything like that inside the school versus, and then, you know, you go outside and you see the neighborhood of the crime and the things that, you know, you were experiencing on that level, those two different worlds. How do you feel like that impacted you as a kid growing up, experiencing both of those things?
It gave me an appreciation for the arts. It gave me an appreciation for talent. I love talent. I love watching. To this day, I love any kind of talent. If somebody's good at something, I love watching that person do it. Like if I see, like I'm a Knicks fan, but I love watching like Kyrie because the way he dribbled the ball, like niggas nice. You know what I mean? I like watching like dance shows. Like I used to watch what's that used to America? No, what's that shit used to call ABC? The dance shit that used to come on with the Jabberwocky. This shit that used to come on. Remember the Jabberwockies?
Oh, America's Best Dance Crew.
Best Dance Crew. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah.
I used to watch that shit faithfully, son. That shit used to be fire to me. I like talent. I like watching like people sing that can like sing very well. Like my favorite singer in the world is Whitney Houston. I feel, rest in peace. I feel like her vocals is unmatched. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, amazing, amazing
Crazy.
talent.
Whitney Houston vocals to this day is unmatched. I ain't heard nobody that can sing like that woman sang yet. For real. Rest in peace. Like I love talent, bro. I love rappers, bars. You know, I rap. So yeah, I love talent. You know what I mean?
I feel like you're just not a hater. Like you appreciate people
Yeah,
at
I'm
their
not.
best.
I like even
You know?
actors. You know what I mean? Angela Bassett, my favorite actress. You know what I mean?
Oh man, amazing.
I love talent. Like you could tell when somebody can't act. Like you watch Tubi is comedy to me. Like, oh, this shit is so I'll be here dying, but it's a good laugh. It's a good laugh though. But you can't watch it for no good, like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Yeah.
But you gotta appreciate Tubi that there's a outlet for people to be able to put
No, I
shit
love it.
out
I
though
love them
too
for that.
though.
I love them for that. Definitely
Yeah.
appreciative for that. I know a lot of people
Yeah.
that's getting money from Tubi. Shout out to my man Starface from Detroit. He put a lot of movies on Tubi himself. Him and Tubi got a great relationship. I'm not shitting on Tubi. I'm just saying if you know what I'm talking about when I say that's why you laugh.
No, I know for sure.
Yeah, shit funny. Shit funny. Funny and fire.
Was Harlem really the way Paid in Full advertised it to be to us?
Yes. Pretty much. That was the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. That was like, I would say Paid in Full, the time frame would be between 87 and 90. That year, between 87 and 91, in between them time frames. That Paid in Full era would be them years right there.
What do you think about 50 doing the new Paid in Full TV show?
I want in. I'm an audition.
That's why I was about to ask you. I was like, can we get Swave in an acting
I
role?
I want in. 50, Cam. I heard they're gonna do auditions at Apollo. I swear to God, I'm gonna go over there. I want in. I ain't gonna lie.
You got to.
I'm bringing my old school. Remember, I just told you I went to school. I was in drama class. I'm bringing the actor back. I was a Little Shop of Horrors. I was in The Wiz. I did all these plays before. Well, I don't care how old I was. I did them. And it was great. You feel me? I also, shout out to my man Ella G, me and IP, there's a web series on YouTube called New York Minute. I'm on that.
Yeah, I interviewed Illa G. Shout out to Illa G, man. We spoke about that amazing web series, man. Shout out to
I'm
that
actually
brother.
an actor on that. So is IP. Shout out to IP. So, you know, and I got a lot of praises from people who walked up to me in the street that was like, yo, that shit fire. Yo, they better not kill you, fam. And I'm like, no, you know, I can't tell nobody what's going to happen. You gotta watch and see. But that shit fire. So I got acting experience, but you know, let's get it crazy. I'm going. We gonna see something different. Watch. I'm claiming it too. I'm gonna get me a part.
For sure. So in 1984, your dad starred in The Toxic Avenger as the knife-wielding leader of the criminal trio that raids the restaurant and has his arm ripped off.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Then that was 84, bro.
That's amazing, man.
Wow. I remember that shit like it was yesterday. Yo, check this, right? I remember my father coming home, because he went away for a while to shoot that. You know what I mean? And I was young, I was single digit ages, bro. And I don't know, I think I was like 8. And I remember when he came back, right? He came back, he had a poster of the Toxic. I got the poster where yeah, I gotta find that shit. But listen, he came back with a poster. He's actually on the poster in the animated form. You see the man with the knife with the thing on the course the nose. And he was showing me, and I remember being so surprised, like, oh shit. Like I ain't say shit, but I'm like, wow, like my dad on the poster and shit. So this the VHS days. So he had the tape in a black case, right? So he wanted to show the family the movie, but he wanted us to gather like family. And he told me to get some friends. Mind you, I'm 8. So I got like some friends like that live down the block, like my boy Timmy and Shorty, and my cousin Roger from downstairs. And then it was like my brothers, sisters, my mother, my aunt, my grandmother. Like it was a bunch of people. So we made it like a movie night. I'll never forget this day, bro, because the movie had a lot of tits and ass in it, and we was kids. And we was like, oh, and my mother like, close your eyes. And my father was like, nope, they gonna see all this. And we was like, yeah. But his scene come on. And it was just like, I thought it was it, boy. As a kid, I thought we made it. Like, oh shit. And the taco scene come on, his little fight scene. He get his arm ripped off. He starts screaming. I was sitting there as a kid like, oh my God. Like, I thought we made it. Like, my friends that were there, they was like, yo, I remember coming outside after that. Everybody was like, yo, you're falling in the movie. You're falling in the movie. Like, that shit was crazy. And then, and back then you don't understand, like, a movie was a movie to me. Like, we ain't know the difference in B movies and, you know what I mean, cult classics. I ain't know nothing about that at all. A-list and B-list. Like, a movie was a movie, like, and I'm looking at my father in a movie. So I thought it was like, nigga, this was 84, nigga. I thought we was about to be in Hollywood. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we are, it's good. We about to be rich. You know what I mean? And then, it took a while for the movie to actually come out. Like, I was waiting for it to hit theaters. And then, I don't know. I forgot what, I was young. I don't know what happened, but the movie came out in like certain theaters, like down in the village, and it wasn't in the major theaters at the time.
Limited release.
It was like a limited release, you know what I mean? So, we never caught it in the theaters, but we always had the tape. We always had the tape. And then, it just was never like something that I could always point. Like, my friends who knew about it was people who came to the house and saw it, but like people like in school, when I would tell them, they was like waiting for this big release, the commercials and all that. It was never like that.
Right.
So it's just like, you just grew up understanding your father was in a release, and as you grow up and start understanding movies, you got the low grade movie that just goes straight to video, and then you got movies that hit the theaters, and then, okay, boom, we start recognizing this shit went straight to video, whatever. So my first time ever seeing it outside of the tape my father brought home as his copy, and that shit still had the numbers running on the bottom, by the way. You know what I mean? It was like,
shit.
He bought like a director's copy, like, of the movie that he just gave to everybody, right? So, like, it's the movie, but it's just that, you know what I mean, the number shit. So we had that. So my first time ever seeing it outside of that was like around the corner back in the days, late 80s, early 90s, there was a video store called Royal Video where we could rent videos out of. You rent movies and take them home to watch and shit. And I was in there one day and they had the Toxic Avenger for rent. And I'm looking at the shit, I'm looking at the artwork with the nigga with the mop on front. And I'm like, yo, what, is that my dad movie? And I rented it and I brought it home. And I showed my mom and I said, yo, I think this dad movie. And then we played it, and it was. And we was like, oh, they got it in the video store. And I remember like, yo, but by this time, my father wasn't living here no more. He was back in Detroit. You know what I mean? So, like I said, when I was about 11, 12 years old, he moved back to Detroit. So when I was 8, he was here. So I think I seen that in Royal Video. I think I was like 14. And I rented it like, oh, shit. I remember seeing it, and I went home like, Mom, let me get $5. And I came out, and I rented it. Boom. And I came back, Mom, look. I think this is that movie. And we played it, and it was. We were like, oh. And I was like, oh, they got it. So I remember taking everybody to the video. Look, that's my dad movie right there on the shelf. Mad people was renting this shit, coming outside like, yo, your father was, oh, they ripped his arm off. Oh. Yo, they put your father in the pizza oven. Oh. Like, you know what I mean? This shit crazy, like.
So your dad really only had one arm, right?
Yeah, it's a fact.
How did he lose his arm?
He was hit by a car when he was 11 years old.
Dang, that's terrible, man.
It got dragged under the muffler.
What do you think that did for you to see your dad, doing something I guess you could call it unorthodox from like a regular job, right? Like on being able to see him on TV like that. Like, how do you think that affected you mentally? Like, as far as did it like expand your mind to what you could do?
Yeah, I thought my father was a superhero. I thought my father was a superhero, bro. I thought my dad was a superhero, bro. This nigga had one arm for all my life knowing him. He lost his arm when he was 11 years old, so all my life knowing him, he only had a left arm. He never had a right arm. And this nigga was a black belt in different styles of martial arts. He was my first martial art teacher. He was a demon. Like, my father was something. He didn't like being considered handicapped. I used to see this man do more things with one arm than people did with two.
Mm.
And this is a fact. I seen him whip ass. I seen him drive. I seen him just cook, fix shit in the house. Like,
it made him more capable than anything.
Facts. And that's why I love martial arts, because I seen a one-armed man all my life. I never seen him take a L fighting. I seen him bust ass a couple times. I seen niggas pull out weapons on him and get blood beat out of them. It's a one-armed man. And it's word to him. Rest in peace, my dad. I love you, Pop. You know I'm telling the truth.
Rest in peace.
I seen him protect my sisters. My sister came home crying because some man followed her one day. My father went outside and beat that nigga senseless. Some man disrespecting my mother coming home with groceries one day. Larry, don't go over there. He went over there. Blood on street, blood on curb.
Mm.
Nigga, I'm coming from the supermarket one day with him. You know, my father was in the street, so, you know, he been out here gambling with people, whatever it is. Some dude walked up on him about him owing something. And he made a comment about me, and last thing I heard was my father say, don't disrespect my son. Then I heard trash cans moving and shit. This shit fuck money up. like, listen, I seen him destroy niggas, bro. I'm not even gonna tell you after he moved to Detroit. Now I'm going to Detroit for the summers. I grew up, but that's why a lot of people say, shout out to Marv One and Quest. If you ever hear me with them, they gonna say I'm from Detroit because I got a lot of history in Detroit too. I used to go to Detroit when my father left and moved back to Detroit. I used to go to Detroit to him for the summers. You know
I was
what I
going
mean?
to tell you that, Swave. You know, I hope you don't take that the wrong way, that because I know you love Harlem, but I feel like although you have a Harlem vibe about you, you also have like a Detroit vibe about you.
This is why Detroit also raised me, nigga, and I could tell you about Detroit. Shout out to my cousins. That's another story, B. I got stories about Detroit too. Like, I was out there. Staying with my father for the summers too. Detroit summers.
Mm.
This is facts. Like, this man it was different. It was different. I miss that, man.
Rest
I ain't
in
gonna
peace to
hold
your
you.
dad, man.
Rest in peace, B. I came up under that.
So, what age did you start practicing martial arts?
Since I was like 4.
Wow. And how many black belts you got now?
3.
3 black belts.
3.
What disciplines are you skilled in?
Okay, so skilled in. Okay, I got black belts in Taekwondo. Shotokan is that's my foundation. That's my dad's foundation. That's the first one I grew up in. Shotokan, so that's the foundation. Then I got Taekwondo and Goju as well, right? But then I also have Shorin-ryu, which is, you know what I mean, it's a mixture. It's a couple, man. I could go on because it's not, I can't just say it's one style because I've been practicing under different teachers for a long time, man. But my foundation is Shotokan. Shorin-ryu, Taekwondo, Goju, Kyokushin. I got a mixture of them all.
How did martial arts help you growing up? Like, obviously, people can easily say, oh, it taught you how to defend yourself or beat people up, but it does way more than just that as far as like...
It's discipline, man. It's discipline. It's confidence. Confidence come knowing that you are capable of doing damage. But it's discipline of letting you know when you should do damage. So it's a discipline. That's what I love about it. It's a confidence and a discipline, and it's a skill. You know what I mean? It's you walk around a little bit more confident to do anything when you just feel like walking around feeling timid is not a good feeling, B. It makes you you stay in your shell. You never really let out your full potential. You gotta be free, man. You gotta be free. My father used to tell me there's always there's a couple things that as a not even a man, as a human, we should know for survival. You know what those are? Let me ask you something. Would you name 3 things that you should know how to do to survive, period?
Kill.
Oof, you went straight for the gusto. Anybody could kill, though.
Start a fire. I don't know. I can't think of the third one.
One of them is swim.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Everybody should know how to swim. Everybody should know how to drive and fight. Self-defense. These are survivals that everybody should at least know. That shit always stuck with me. You never know when you're gonna be put in any kind of weird situation like that. You might have to get in the car and get up out of there. You might have to swim across a lake. You might have to get off me and create some space. You need to know these things.
Right.
I think every woman should take some form of self-defense just because they're so preyed on so much.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of women are mad dainty and so prissy that they feel like, no, I'm gonna just call my man. Like, y'all get preyed on a lot. I think y'all should know. I ain't saying to become Bruce Lee. I'm saying no, learn pressure points and nerve endings. Learn where to touch somebody to make him move. Get off me.
That could be the difference between like you being like, you know, assaulted or just enough for you to be able to get away.
Just
you know?
enough. Solar plex right here. Boom. Just make bang real quick. Make him do that little Just enough for you to, excuse me, just a little bit. Like, you don't have to be out there tussling. Just get off and get away. Call help. I think every woman should take something. I think there should be something there for every woman they need it. I think every person should take some form of self-defense just for your life, just for you. Fitness reasons and survival reasons, period.
How did the summers in Detroit impact you?
It was different. In New York, there's no lawns to mow. My father had me mowing lawns and all that. Like, oh, what the fuck is this? Now it's different because, first of all, the landscape is totally different from New York. The pace is slower, but it's like you in the trenches in Detroit, boy. And you know, I thought Harlem, the hood in Harlem, and going between Harlem and Brooklyn and all that. I used to go to Brooklyn a lot growing up too. So I was on my Dipset niggas and all that. But I used to think this was the trenches, but then you go to Detroit and it's like you see the trenches. This is the trenches, but then you see different kind of trenches. Like, not it's blocks, but it's more houses and neighborhoods, and it's yeah, the way niggas did they dirt out there was different. The hiding AKs and bushes and all that. We couldn't do that in New York. You know what I mean? Like that. Hold on, you had to what? Wait, you know, we got the shotgun over there, the bush right there, the AK, and you know what I mean? It was a little different. But I loved it. I can't say I wouldn't change it for the world. You know what I mean?
But just musically though, wasn't that just amazing to be like in the city where Motown is from and everything, and just
now
soak that up?
musically, yes. Musically, I used to debate with my cousins and them down there on what rappers was better. Cause I was a big Daddy Kane fan, Rakim, and they listened to like Too Short. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit made me love Too Short.
Mm.
Cause I can honestly say, growing up, I was into just East Coast rappers like that spit. Like I was into rapping. G-Rap was my favorite rap at the time. And I used to go down there going crazy, playing G-Rap and Kane and all that, bringing on my tapes. And Redman, shout out to Redman and G-Rap was my favorite rappers at the time. And these niggas was playing E40 and Too Short. And I was like, what these niggas? And shout out to my cousin Vada, he made me fuck with Ice Cube. No, excuse me, not Roddy, Desmond. Rest in peace, Desmond. Desmond made me fall in love with Ice Cube. Ice Cube, Death Certificate album, made me go back and buy every Ice Cube album. Cause I was only hearing like Ice Cube things that was on the radio, like the NWA shit. NWA, I always loved. So I knew Ice Cube from that. And then I remember him dissing the No Vaseline song, and then he had a jacket for beats and all that shit. But I never really fully listened to an Ice Cube album all the way through at the time until my cousin Desmond played me Death Certificate in Detroit. And then that album with Nappy Dugout and all that shit on it, that's what made me go back and get everything else. Lethal Injection and America's Most Wanted and all that other shit. I had to go back and get all those shits, B.
Right.
So,
for sure. Because, Detroit, obviously, because it's not on the East Coast, they in the middle, they get inspiration and influences from both sides, from both coasts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Detroit, and Detroit, don't get it twisted. Detroit got some spitters out there, boy. They had a nice little, man, listen, there's some spitters in Detroit. We shout out Marv One Quest, shout out Calico, shout out all my niggas out there, B. They, you know what I mean? Shout out Big Herc, you know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Devious, shout out, man, my niggas be going crazy in Detroit.
Yeah, for sure, man. And shout out to Marv One. Yeah, I interviewed him. Good brother, man, for sure.
Shout out Elzai.
Yeah.
Yeah, Slum Village.
Royce.
Eminem. Let's not forget the OD12, all of them, B.
Yeah.
Word.
All right. Is it true that you shot a guy when you were about 17 and that same guy ended up interviewing you for a job at Target 20 years later?
Where did you get this information from? Yes. Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true. I shot a guy when I was 17 and 20 years. Well, yeah, I would try to get a job at Target, and he would wind up being the general manager there. And
well, why did you? What led to the altercation to begin with?
Yeah. Oh man, it was. It shouldn't have happened. It was just a little misunderstanding going wrong. We was young. I was 17.
Right.
And, gun came out. You know what I mean? I did get arrested for it. The case was dropped, though. You know what I mean? God was on my side. I did do a little bullshit time on the island for it, but it was bullshit time. I got out. Came home, fought it from the streets, and I fought it for about a year. But I wound up getting off that shit. But yeah. So fast forward, Target opened up in Harlem. I go for an interview. This was actually my second interview. I went for one, went for the second one. And this nigga was there. And he was like, yo, what's up? He came out, he said my name, I saw him. I was like, oh, he was like, follow me. I went to the office. I said, hey, you have a seat. I sat down. He said, yo, how you doing? I said, I'm good. I said, how you doing? He said, I'm living. And I said, okay, I'm out. And I just left. He said, I'm living. And then he was like, he tried to stop me, but I was like, nah, I'm good.
Wait, so how did he recognize you though? I mean, you guys knew each other?
Now he knew who I was.
Oh, okay.
He knew exactly who I was. You know what I mean? He knew exactly who I was. Like we've crossed paths before. You know what I mean?
So it was just such an awkward situation that you just didn't even want to try to get the job anymore?
Yeah, it would have been awkward for me. I ain't gonna lie. And then I'm hearing that he's really genuine. Like he gave himself to the Lord and all that. I'm hearing like he's really into the church now. So I'm happy for him. You know what I mean? Like I'm not wishing no harm feeling, but even if his feelings was righteous then, at the time I felt uneasy. So I just was like, nah, I'm good. And I left. So that was that.
Do you think that it came from a place of like you not forgiving yourself for what you did, or?
Say it again?
I said, do you think it came from a place of you not forgiving yourself for what you did to him?
It came from, it could have, that's some therapy shit I probably have to go talk about, but I felt like, I know me. And I felt like when he said, he asked me how I was doing, I said, yeah, I'm good. I said, how you doing? He said, I'm living. And I felt like that answer it said it all to me. Like I don't know if you're trying to be funny. I don't know if you understand me?
I got you.
So I just said, I'm good. And I got up and I left.
Every future like interaction, you don't want to have to overanalyze it and be
right.
like, yo, you trying to really say something to me now?
He would be my boss at that. So it's like, nah, I'm not about to do this, bro. So I just left. And maybe, like I'm saying, I don't know. To this day, I don't know if he felt like that would have been real or if he was genuinely trying to just bury the hatch. But the way I felt, my nigga, I felt uneasy when he walked out. When he called my name and he walked out and I looked at him and he was like, yeah, come with me. I already was like, but he led me to the office. I had a seat. He had a seat on the other side of the desk. He said, how you doing? I said, I'm good. How you doing? I'm living. All right, I'm out. We don't even gotta continue.
Damn, like what was going through your head when you was walking back to the office?
I called Ike.
Is there a hanger or something I can grab real quick or something?
I called Ike. I left the store and I called Ike. Cause I ain't know. I've kind of, my nigga, I was crazy because at the time, this was early, my nigga. Nigga was trying to get money and all that. I ain't want to go back to the street. I'm trying to get a job, do shit right. And this was the second interview. I thought I had this shit in the bag. So I was tight. And when I left, I called Ike, like, yo, my nigga. Like, my nigga, next question. Cause I'm thinking about this shit now. Like, you know what? That shit. Yeah, but nah, we passed that. We good. I just left.
Can we at least talk about like your experience, like going to the island for the first time at that age, such a young age and stuff, and like how that made you feel?
It was scary at first, but then I seen too many people I knew. It's sad. I want to. I don't even want to talk about that because I don't want to send the wrong message.
Got you.
Because I kind of have fun.
You kind of had fun.
You know what I mean? I don't want to tell nigga that I have fun. I want nigga to think that shit is dumb, don't go. But I ran into so many people. And then I wasn't there that long. I got bailed out and came home. I was there a week. You know what I mean? But I was like, yo, that shit was like, I ran into so many people I know, nigga throwing boots at the command, nigga was having stupid, had fun, like doing dumb shit. Like, it was like a boys' home and niggas just acting dumb.
Right.
Niggas, yo, I better go lock down. Shut up. A bunch of 17, 16-year-old niggas doing stupid shit. Like, it was like, it's not something I glorify. I don't even never talk about it. That's all the jail time I ever did. I don't get caught. And niggas
So
damn sure
after high
walked out and
school,
say, hey, come on. I was like, oh shit, this nigga. That shit, yo, you got my heart started beating and all that. Like, oh. Like even following a nigga, I thought like cops would have been back there, but I'm like, that shit, you can't do nothing to me now. That shit, I don't know. So many things went through my head, bro.
so after high school, you went to Temple University, right?
Yeah, I ain't go directly though, cause that shit happened. The gun shit happened. I was 17. So I wound up, what
So
happened
what
was,
age did you go about?
for like a year and a half, while I was fighting that case, the judge told me to get a job. The judge told me to get a job, and the next time you walk in my courtroom, you better look like a stand-up person and look like you doing something with yourself. So I was like, bet. So I went, started looking for a job. And I had an uncle named Thomas Boyd, he was the district manager for this supermarket called Food Emporium. And he got me a job at a Food Emporium down in Union Square. And I worked that shit for like a year and a half in the produce section, bro. I was like 18. And I did that just to keep the judge. Like when I remember by the next time I went to my next court date, I had the job, but I had just started the job. So I'm telling the judge, yo, I got the job, and I'm showing her the paperwork and all that. She was like, okay. She set my court date for mad months later. Like this was like maybe an April court date. I had just started the job in March, and she set my next court date for like December. So I was like, all right, that. So she was like, yo, if you still have the job, I'll talk about dismissing your case.
Damn.
And I was like, word? Work that shit, nigga. I was on, nigga, I had employee of the month and all that at that supermarket. It's an old fact. My nigga, you laughing, nigga. Nigga, I shot a nigga. This bitch told me I could, if I look like I'm working, I could stay. I worked that supermarket like it was nothing, nigga. You crazy?
Yeah, I bet
December
you. I
came.
mean, anyone that's smart would have done that. You know.
December came. I was showing her pay stubs. I had letters from my employer talking about character letters and all that. What? She was like, what? I had like 2 more court dates after that, and then she dismissed it.
Damn.
It's a whole fact.
So then, how old were you when you finally went to Temple University?
I left New York. I was 20 years old.
20 years old. And how long did you go for?
I got an associate's. I ain't graduate with a full bachelor's. So I went for 3 years, but I only got a 2-year degree. I lived in Philly for 4 years though.
What made you ultimately want to leave and not like pursue something like that?
I started fucking up in school, man. I started being in the streets in Philly, out there selling weed and shit, wilding out with them Philly niggas down bottom. Shout out to my 38th and Wallace niggas. I lived on 37th and Hamilton out there. And shout out to all my Philly niggas. Shout out to my South Philly niggas. When I first got to Philly, I was living on Tasker, 15th and Tasker. And so shout out to my Philly niggas. And I started running with them niggas. Yo, I don't know, man. I fucked that up too, man. It's word to mother, man. But I did get my
but you just
associates.
so well-rounded though, because you've lived in all these different places though.
Yeah, definitely. I went to school in Philly. I got my associates. I ain't get my own bachelor's though. But, you know, I had to do something. I ain't want to make it seem like I went out there for nothing. So I got this associate shit. But
what'd you get it in?
And I got it in computer science. I got it in liberal arts, but my major was computer science. But being that I started fucking up at school, I wound up downgrading to a liberal arts. So I got it in liberal arts. But I got it in computer science, but with a liberal arts minor.
Got you. Okay.
But I you know, my grades is terrible. So if you ask me, did my computer science right now, it's like, oh my God. Like skin in my teeth, nigga. Skin in my teeth.
Do you remember the first time you met PH?
Yes. Yes. First time I met PH, he battled my nigga Breeze Ever Flowing.
And PH is the one that brought you into grind time, right?
Yes, indeed. You know what's crazy, bro? You know what's crazy? This shit, this. I'm about to roll another blunt because you're going to jerk a tear out of nigga. I almost cried when you talking about my father. Yo, listen. The two niggas that asked me to battle, the two niggas that y'all even really know me, the reason why y'all even really know me, they both gone. Both of my niggas is gone. That's PH and my nigga Bishop Brigante. Both of my brothers is gone. PH, okay, I knew PH for years. Like I said, I knew when he battled my nigga Breeze Ever Flowing at Tramps. And since then, I just followed him. I followed all his music. You know, he was one of the king of the undergrounds to me at the time. Like in all the underground circuits, I was hanging at PH name ring heavy bells. Everybody knew who Pumpkinhead was. And excuse me, and then he would do these shows, and then his shows was always, he always tore the shit down, and then he ran with niggas. He used to run with Jean Grey and my man Bad Seed and the Plague. Shout out to the whole Plague.
Right.
And them niggas used to always tear the scene down. Tone Deaf. You know what I mean? My nigga Blitzkrieg, Mecca, you know what I mean? My nigga Wild Child, yo, all these niggas used to go crazy, bro. GMS. And at the time I was with Stronghold. So it was always like little competition, but always a brotherhood at the same time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we was just running the underground, bro. So when the grind time came around, and PH was the president for Grind Time New York. And I never forget, there was a club in Brooklyn named called Southpaw at the time. It was like a little venue we used to always perform at and shit. And PH asked me, right? He had a show that night. So at the show, after you perform, oh, did I perform that night? I might have performed that night. I don't know. But I know after the show, yeah, I did perform that night. After the show, PH came up to me and he was like, yo, Swave, B, yo, I need you to battle for me. And I was like, what? Like, this when Grind Time was still fresh. I knew what it was, but I didn't. Like, I think I heard of it, or I might have seen clips, because at the time, they used to release battles one round at a time.
I remember.
They ain't have the whole battle. They would have the first round, and then you would have to click on another video for the second round, and then you click on another one for the third, right? So there would be time where the first round be the one with all the views, and the second and third round, niggas hardly watch, you know what I mean? So, and I think YouTube wasn't doing more than 15-minute videos at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they weren't.
You know what I'm talking about. So
yeah,
he was telling me. So it's like I would see like World Star would put like battles on they shit, and that's how I was getting wind of them. Like seeing battles on World Star. Because at the time, the main thing battling was like 106 in Park, Smack DVDs.
right.
You know what I mean? It was just shit like that where we was getting battles from at this time. Because at this time, all the battle circuits, I'm not really running around the street battling as much. The battle circuits that we was doing, like Bragging Rights and Hook.com battles and all those shit, Scribble Jam, they not really doing it like that, like right at this point. And it's like you just watching like Fight Club is developing now. Fight Club is doing it as well. You know what I mean? So it's like in that era. So it's like, here this nigga go talking about it's a league online. He trying to explain to me what it is, and he asking me to do it. And I'm like, man, and I'm going to keep it real. Shout out Poison Pen, shout out Ike P. But both of them niggas told me don't do it. Both of them, they don't do that shit. Now, at the time, we also doing music. CVs, me, Ike, and Pro, we had a deal with Subverse, you know what I mean? And I was also doing music with Poison Pen and touring with Immortal Technique and shit going around the world with this nigga. So it was a lot of shit going on that, you know what I mean? We doing fucking Rock the Bell carnivals and shit and paid dudes. We out in fucking Cali with Tech and shit. So Penn was like, nigga, we got wild shit we doing, man. You gonna be doing this battle shit, man. Fuck that. So he was telling me not to. And at the same time with Ike, Ike, and Pro, we got the CV shit jumping. We performing all over New York. We got the single out, the jump offs. I can show you that. We had the single out, the jump off and shit. You know what I mean? Shout out to Subverse Records and shit. And we performing all over for that. So Ike is telling me don't do it. You know what I mean? And then I got PH begging me like, yo, my nigga, yo, come on, Swave, yo, please just battle. He wanted me to battle some nigga named Chuck Black. He like, yo, just come on, just battle this nigga one time. Come on, Swave, come on. And I'm like, nah. So PH did some, this nigga did some B-Rabbit shit. He did some, what was my nigga name on 8 Mile? Future? What was Makai name?
Yeah, Future.
He did some Future shit. This nigga signed me up anyway. Type shit. And I was like, yo, why you know what I mean? We and him had a little argument over this shit, but then he was like, yo,
oh,
come
shit,
on,
just
Slave.
like 8 Mile, huh?
So it's some real shit. That's word to my mother. He signed me up anyway. We had a little argument over this shit. And then he was like, nah, he really took me off though. But then he was like, nah, for real, nigga, like just do it, please. Come on, my nigga. If you don't fuck with it, you ain't gotta do it no more, my nigga. So I was like, man, whatever. So I just did it. You know what I mean? I went there, I ain't have no real rhyme prepared. I was freestyling. I ain't take it serious. And I wound up beating the nigga. You know what I mean? And I was just like, oh, and everybody was going, I remember everybody going crazy, like, yo, my nigga, you doing the next one? You coming to the next one? Yo, you gotta be on the next one. And I was just like, yo, so PH was like, yeah, nigga, you gotta do the next one. And I'm like, oh, come on, my nigga. Right? So then the next one came around and I battled Zim. Right? I battled Zim. And I actually lost this battle, but I was kicking freestyles and mixtape rounds. I ain't write nothing for the nigga. So, and I took him to overtime. You understand me? So then I was like, yo, so I remember Sevah was there and she was mad I lost, but she was like, yo, you playing. Well, fuck you. She was like, you playing, you ain't prepared for him? I was like, yo, I'm just coming. I wasn't taking shit serious. I'm like, I'm just rapping. Like, this nigga had bars about me. Like, oh, okay, like this nigga called me, I can't remember now, but he had bars, you know what I mean? And he took me to overtime, and my overtime round, I remember kicking like a mixtape verse or some shit that ain't had nothing to do with nothing. And then he kicked another rap on some funny shit, might have called me Shrek or some shit like that, and had niggas laughing, and then they gave it to him, right? And then, you know, so it went to overtime. So I was just like, so a lot. And then when grind time used to have this thing that when they played, they used to play the judges' decisions. And still, judges still was like judging for me. And I'm like, I know I ain't really going there with nothing prepared. You know what I mean? So I battled another dude named Armoretto after that. And I freestyled again. I think Nims hosted it. And I went up there, I was high as shit. I was rapping in slow motion. I was high, but I cooked this nigga all 3 rounds, bro. And it was all off the top. Like, I ain't write a word down for that battle. So I remember beating that nigga, and then PH was still mad at me after the battle, even though I won. And I'm like, yo, why you mad at me? He was like, yo, you still playing, bro? Like, come on, can you do one for real? Like, for real, nigga, like, prepare, like, write something for one of these niggas, bro. And I was like, yo, man, I was just like, I was about to quit because this nigga still being mad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing this shit for you. I wasn't even getting paid for these at the time. I'm just doing it because you asking me, nigga. And you mad. I just won. Cooked the nigga. You still mad. Like, I'm good, bro. I ain't doing this shit no more. And then at the time, there was this nigga named Jay Focus who was like one of the East Coast top niggas. Nigga was on 106 in Park. He battled Hollow at the time.
Yeah.
And he was making a name. He was like, he had a name back then on the scene. And PA set me to battle him, my next battle. And PH was like, yo, Swave, this is gonna be your test because he's not gonna play with you. And he had this thing where he ain't curse and all that. And I ain't gonna front. He was cooking a lot of niggas. And he was like, yo, Swave, if you get cooked by this nigga, you gonna look like a fool, bro. For real, for real. He be talking wild shit. And Money was talking wild shit about cooking me and all that. So it was just like, all right, I'm gonna write. I'm gonna go home and prepare something for this nigga. And I did. And it was a fucking, I destroyed that nigga. Like, that was like the beginning. That's when I was like, you know what? Let me start writing for these. You know what I mean? That's when I was like, okay, let me stop playing, because I destroyed J Focus. I made him curse and all that. Like, that
Wow.
I destroyed that nigga. Like, that was a molly whopping. It was over. And then after that, I started taking it a little serious. It started becoming fun to me. And then I just went on the boogeyman rant. I killed everybody. I got the most 3 O's in battle rap. I killed everybody they put in front of me. I was on a run. I went grind time, Miami, Cali. I killed Fredo. I went to Miami. I battled High Collide and I battled Knowledge Medina. I was cooking everybody. I battled Sid Vicious, and I was cooking all them niggas.
So how did that feel, that in retrospect at that time though, like you were like, man, I didn't want to listen to PH, but because I listened to him now, I'm traveling to all these places, my name's getting up and everything?
Nah, that's when I started respecting the game though. And that's when I was like, okay, PH, I see what you're doing. I started meeting everybody up. I met Lush One, and I started meeting other league owners. Shout out to my man Cap Callis and Direct. Shout out Direct, because he started it all. So let me start with him. Shout out Direct. I started meeting them niggas and really
Mad
seeing the
Ills?
bigger picture. Mad Ills too. Once I started meeting them, I started seeing the big picture, what was really going on. And I was like, oh shit, met Dizaster and all them niggas, the Saurus, and oh, wait a minute, nah, this is becoming something. Once I started seeing that, I'm like, yo, okay, nah. Oh, they paying for flights and shit? Nah, hold on. And I stuck around. And look at it now. What?
If you had to describe PH to somebody that didn't know him, right? How would you describe him best?
One of the best friends you can have on your side.
Mm.
So he was a warrior. He was a warrior. Hands down. He how can I put this? He's a thinker. He know how to move. You know what I mean? He could be hot-headed. I ain't gonna hold you. PH used to be one of them dudes that used to just act out of emotion sometimes, though. I ain't gonna lie. He used to get real emotional, but 9 times out of 10, you know, he ain't no dumb dude. Like, he ain't just gonna jump out the window for nothing. You know what I mean? And you know, he was a go-getter. And he was one of the coldest spitters I knew. Word.
So on June 9th, 2015, he passed away. What was your reaction when you got the news, man?
I ain't even. Poison Pain called me. And I knew something was wrong, because the first thing he asked me was, are you sitting down?
Oh,
I was like, what? Fuck, say what you gonna say, nigga? And he was like, yo, PH passed, bro. And I was like, I didn't even believe him, because PH, I had just spoke to the nigga. I know he went to the hospital, but he was in there for like gallstones or some shit. Like, something that some niggas don't be dying for shit like that.
Right.
Some shit you better pass, they be that shit, they give you whatever medicine, shrink it up, and you gotta pass, you gotta piss it out. It may hurt for a while, but you gotta pass, you know what I mean? And I called the nigga. When I first found out he was in the hospital, I called him. I spoke to the nigga. I was like, yo, you good? He was like, nah, I'm good. Thanks for calling me, bro. Like, yeah, you need something? I spoke to the nigga. So when he told me that, I first got mad, like, yo, stop playing. Then he was like, nah. Then I heard in his voice, like, nah. And then it was just like, once Penn told me, I seen it, like, it was, the floodgates was open. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was saying something about it. He was all over Twitter, whatever with us, Facebook. And it was just like, yo, everybody started calling around. You know, we had Team Army, so niggas hit my line like crazy. Everybody, every Team Army member calling me, everybody crying, everybody. We had just lost J. Arch right before that.
Mm-hmm.
On Thanksgiving of 2014, Thanksgiving, November 27th. We lost Arch. And then the following June, we lose PH. So we had just buried a brother. We just went through this. And now, PH he just had a daughter at the time. Little Robbie. So I'm hurt. I'm still hurt. You know, it hurt.
Yeah, man. Rest in peace to PH. What's your favorite memory of PH?
Yo, PH was a hothead, bro. Yo. Yo, PH, we drove all the way to Miami. Me, PH, Amzilla, Ike. There's a battle rapper named T-Dap, Dutch Vega. We drove all the way to Miami from New York, a minivan. And make a long story short, I almost get into a fight with Dutch Vega. Cause there was just a lot going on. Dutch Vega trying to assume he's everybody's father and shit. Like, nigga, I'm older than you. And it was just like, and we in Miami, shout out to Melody. And I just had it up to here, bro. And I snapped. And I went to go grab Dutch and nigga ran into the car. He barricaded himself in the car. So I'm like trying to get him out the car. And Melody is trying to stop me. She like trying to stop me. She like, you know, can't control me. So she started telling PH and Ike, she like, yo, can y'all get him? Now me and Ike got a code. Ain't nobody stopping. When we get to that point, nah, don't, you know, I ain't stopping them. You know what I mean? The PH, this nigga eating like a taco. Man, spilling the shit all on his shirt. That's what made me stop. He got a mouthful of food trying to yell back at Mel because she's trying to get him to stop me. And he's like, no. He got food spilling out his mouth as he talked on his shirt. And I turned and looked at the nigga and started laughing like, yo, I'm good, bro. And I just went back into the spot. I couldn't stop laughing. This nigga, like, he was mad at Mel because he spilled the shit on his shirt because he yelling back because she like, stop him! He like, Yo, that shit had me dying, B.
Oh, man.
I said, yo, the Ike was like, yeah, leave that nigga alone, bro. I was like, all right. But shout out to Dutch Vega, though. Shout out to them, because we all cool now. That was just a hot-headed moment at the time. That was for a grind time. We went down there for grind time event, too. That was crazy.
Right. How did it feel to see PH get a street named after him?
Beautiful. He deserved it. It was beautiful that they even acknowledged my brother to the point where they were willing to sign off on that. That made me feel the best. Like, yeah, we had the petition going. They went in front of them people and we pled our case on why we think this street should be named this. But they could have been like, nah. They was like, yeah, that's dope. Go ahead, bet. That part alone right there is like, yeah, yo, my brother did a lot for a lot of people, man. And man, for that to be there, for us to be able to go to that block right now and look up and see that name on that block that he actually grew up on. He from there.
Right.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Man, rest in peace to PH.
Yeah, rest in peace, my bro.
In 2010, you battled Dizaster. Now, when I interviewed Poison Pen, shout out to Pen, he said that your battle with Dizaster was the genesis of a lot of other battles or issues people had with Dizaster, including the Math Hoffa situation.
Talk your shit, Pen. Talk your shit, Pen.
Now, this was Diz's first time battling in New York, right?
It was his first time battling in New York.
Right. And he did some blogs going at people in New York.
Fuck New York this, fuck New York that. New York battlers is whack, he'll kill everybody from New York. Diz was on his shit back then. He was on his little warpath. He was on his little let it be known type shit.
Shout out to Dizaster, you know what I mean? Man.
Yeah, shout out to Dizaster. Diz was on his no shit, no taking shit type shit back then. He was on it. Like, yo, listen, I don't care who it is, who y'all say, where they from, I kill them all. He was on this shit back then.
Right.
I had to respect him.
And, you know, people heckled him at the actual event, but you said no one from Team Hami did. It was the crowd, right? It was like a lot of people came to see the battle to get at Dizaster.
I get a lot of slack about that. I mean, to this day, well, not really to this day, but for a long time, I got a lot of slack about that because they saying that Team Hami niggas was heckling Dizaster while I was rapping, and it was my boys is trying to throw them off. Yo, I keep it all the way real. That's not us. I always got this. Dizaster had a lot of haters in New York, yo. Yo, I don't know. You interviewed Penn, right? Did you ever ask Penn about this story?
Yeah. That's what I told you. When I interviewed him, he said that
Penn told you about the dude that tried to stab him?
Right. That's why I was about to get to too. So
yeah, he wasn't with us. Nah, some dude tried to follow Dizaster in the bathroom. He had a knife and all that. This nigga was bugged out. Like, son, Dizaster had some heat. Like, he had niggas had no grudges against him. Like, it wasn't.
Well, when you watch that battle back, right? When you watch that battle back, you see the guy and he's all like, you know, like addressing Dizaster. Dizaster keeps on telling him, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And then Penn has to get involved and calm him down, calm the guy down, you know? And the way Penn told it was like, you know, Dizaster was going to the bathroom and like, you know, Penn's like walking behind him, not like right behind him, but like, you know, like
saved his life.
Right. So then he sees the guy standing by the stall waiting for Dizaster and he's all like, yo, what you doing? He's like, nah, that's not happening here. Man, roll the clip.
So after the battle was over, you know what I mean? Everybody chilling, whatever. I see Shun just real lurky. You know what I mean? Son of the side real, you know, he got that look. You know, we know that look. So Son outside real lurky and shit. I'm like, I'm peeping something. I'm like, whatever. I mean, whatever. Dizaster going to the bathroom. So he's walking around the bar to go to the bathroom. And I said, let me just follow. So I just walk behind Dizaster. Like I'm not gonna walk with him in the bathroom, but I'm walking with him because I already know there's tension in here. So I walk with son, he's walking, I walk behind him, boom, son go to the bathroom and shit. Yo, son, I get to the son inside, go whatever he's going. So I'm trapped, like I'm a little bit behind. I'm not like right out him, but I'm behind him, you know what I'm saying? So he gets to the bathroom. So I'm on the side chilling. Like I'm out of state. Son that he had said that shit too was like waiting for something like by the stall. Like waiting for something. And I'm like, yo, what you doing? Hey, what's up, bro? Oh, nah. I'm like, so he's ranting the rave. I'm like, nah, nigga. Like, that's my man's. Like, that shit ain't happening, bro. Yo, this ain't talking shit. I don't be talking about none of that, bro. This is my shit. You like, relax. You know what I'm saying? So niggas really trying to do something to something. You feel me?
Right. Money had a knife and all that. Yeah.
But you've said in the past too, though, that you actually kept the wolves off of Dizaster.
That day. Yeah. Cause also, but aside from that being a thing, I think him and Hollow had an issue where Dizaster had just apologized to somebody else. I think he just apologized to Hollow. Him and Hollow had an issue, and at the time Hollow was NYB, so Math and all them niggas was there. And they was about to press him, and I'm like, yo, chill. Let me get my battle done, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Please. And I remember they respected it, like, yeah, all right, we get him after the battle. But they did have some kind of talk with him in which Dizaster apologized to them niggas. And I remember Mav coming up to me right before the battle and was like, yo, Swave, the nigga we just made the nigga apologize outside because he wanted me to throw a line about it in my bars. This is fact. And I didn't use it. I just stuck to my bars. But he came up in here and said, yo, we just made that nigga apologize outside, Swave. And I looked at him like, yo, y'all ain't touched that nigga. He was like, nah, we ain't do nothing. You about to battle him right now. Just throw that shit in your bars. And I was like, all right. And I just stuck to my bars, though. I ain't never say nothing about it. But that's what happened. That's a fact.
Because during the battle, he even starts dissing DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And like, but I remember Penn said that basically he had to make sure to call everyone to make sure everyone was on the same page, to keep it about rap and not take it to the streets while Diz was there.
That's a fact. But it really wasn't Homie nigga that was on him that day. It was the Hollow shit. He had a problem with Hollow the Dawn at the time, and NYB nigga was on his ass. And then whoever them niggas, whoever that dude was that tried to follow him in the bathroom with the knife, he was on his ass. Like, it wasn't no Homie niggas. We was just there for the battle. We kept the wolf. Penn saved him. The Homie niggas saved him.
And you've also said that after the battle, he got in a cab and went straight to the airport. Did that really happen?
Yeah, he was out. He boogied. He boogied. I ain't get to chill with Dizaster after the battle. That nigga got in the car and he boogied. I don't even know where he went. If he went to the airport, he went to his room. I heard he went straight to the airport. I heard he had to get out of there. But he boogied. He got up out of there. Wholeheartedly got up out of there.
So you originally felt like Diz won the battle from a performance perspective because he rapped longer rounds. But as time went on, I
don't think his rounds are better than mine. I think if you transcribe the lyrics, I think mine's make more sense and it stay in pocket better. I think mine's hit a better chord. What I'm saying, the bars, I think I won lyrically. I think he won performance-wise, and the fact that he was just able to incorporate everything that was going on at the time into the battle the way he did. And the reason why I say that, because even standing across from him, I was thoroughly impressed as a fan, like, cause you know I was a fan of this. So as a fan, not even an opponent, as a fan, I'm looking at it as if I'm standing in the crowd watching him do this to somebody else, I'm bugging like, oh, this nigga's wilding on everybody. So I feel like his performance and it for it being his first time in New York, and he ain't show no fear, none of that shit. Yeah, nah, he did his thing, bro. You know what I mean? So I gave him, I give that to him off that aspect. But I don't think he beat me lyrically.
Now, you said that it was difficult to get him to New York, like he had so many stipulations.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, he was on some sucker shit at first, because he made me do unlimited. I hate unlimited rounds. The only stipulation he had with me was that he had other stipulations with Poison Pen as far as what he wanted and how he wanted to be accommodated and shit. That shit Penn had to deal with. As far as me, he wouldn't come unless I agreed to unlimited rounds. And I hate unlimited rounds. I'm a nigga that don't like rapping all day. I get to the point and I get there and I let it be known, and that's that. I don't gotta take the scenic route, bro. I'm a straight to the point nigga, bro. I don't want to rap for 10 minutes for one round, bro. Diz is one of them long-winded niggas, especially back then. He used to rap forever. And I made a mistake just to get him to New York so he could stop bitching. I said, bet, unlimited rounds, nigga, let's go. And he was like, bet. I kept my shit at a 3-minute range anyway. But I let that nigga rap all day. That nigga Diz was rapping forever in that battle, bro. And it was just like,
he basically like freestyled like rebuttals to your verses, then went into his round that he had prepared.
Yeah,
pretty
it was
much.
just like, and then he was freestyling the niggas in the crowd, like, like my nigga, like, come on, let's go, like.
So he was rapping like twice as long as you, pretty much.
Yeah, he definitely did. Definitely did. That's one of my regrets. Is I should have stuck to my guns and said, nigga, I ain't doing no fucking unlimited. You coming or not? Well, we just wanted him to come to New York, and then, you know, it was his first time coming to New York. We wanted to see he was gonna talk all that fucking New York shit here. Come on, tough guy.
It's kind of funny though, because in the battle, you even say though, like, you're like, I'm not rapping forever. Come on. And then like you let him go after.
But I'm gonna let you do what you gonna do, because I said I agreed to it.
Right.
That's why we ain't stop him. We ain't try to stop him when he was rapping forever. We let him go. But it was just like, I learned my lesson. Like, next time, I'm not, nigga, cut your shit, bro. Yeah.
But that battle is just so classic, man. You know?
Yeah, it is. That's one of my favorite battles I ever did, though.
It's one of them?
Mm-hmm.
Or it is?
I still watch that battle to this day. One of my favorite bars I ever said in a battle was in that battle.
What, weren't you the one making them Asian jokes? That one?
Nah, not that one. That too, but not that one.
That was hilarious.
I said, so and roll out that white carpet. I said, notice I said white. It's supposed to be red, feel me? I ain't fuck up. I figured after this battle, it will be. I love that line for some reason, B. I fucking love that line to this day.
So Penn made it a point to say that he went out of his way to make sure Dizaster was safe when he was in New York. And he felt whoever organized the Math Hoffa versus Dizaster event on the West Coast should have did the same to ensure Math's safety when he was in California. Do you agree with that?
That's a fact. That's a whole fact, of course. I feel like whenever, these little things we don't really talk about when it comes to this battle shit, right? And I feel like the safety of battle rappers is one of them. You never really hear people talk about the precautions they going through to keep battle rappers safe. You know what I mean? Because battle raps come up, they show what they entourage. A lot of niggas, they be their own security, so a lot of leagues be like, niggas, them niggas is grown. But for real, if you think about it, if you contract these people to do an event for you, then you're responsible for these people's well-being while they at your event or while they under your contract. You understand me? So if anything that happened to any people during the course of anything they doing for you, you're liable, bro. You know what I mean? So why wouldn't you ensure the safety of your investment? It makes sense to me.
Right.
You paying Math Hoffa to come do one of your events. He's contracted with y'all. And he shows up to the event that he's contracted to do, and he's assaulted.
When I interviewed Lush One, he said that he gave Math like an additional $5,000 after the altercation. How did you feel when you saw that the battle ended that way?
Truthfully, I was angry. I got mad. I got mad because Math Hoffa's my man, and I got rapport with both Math and Diz. And I spoke to Diz before that battle because they had tension. They had that little something happened after they was on that Road to the Slaughter show.
Diz has always said that like Math would like joke about punching him or saying that like, or drew like pictures of like him like knocking Diz out.
Whatever it was, I know that whatever it was, I know there was some tension there, and it was evident because it spilled out online before the battle arrived, and so people knew there should have been some precaution taken. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody knew this battle had a tense energy to it, and I feel like the same way when Dizaster came to New York, we knew the tension was there because of how much he used to scream "fuck New York" before he got here. And Poison Pen took every precaution he had to make sure Dizaster was safe. Even I spoke to niggas like, listen, leave him alone. I was also like, until after our battle, I don't give a fuck what happened after our battle, but let my battle happen. Like, nobody's touching him. Penn went the extra mile with him and kept him safe his whole stay in New York.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Do you think that it's fair when people say that that situation was karma for Math because of the Dose and Sirius Jones situation?
I mean, if you know the definition of what karma is, then that's why they say it. I mean, it is what it is. Do I believe if Mav never punched Dose and Sirius Jones, do you think Diz would have hit him? Say the Mav punch never happened. Do you think there would have been a punch in the Mav and Diz battle still? Everything's the same except Mav never punched Dose. He never snuffed Sirius. But everything's the same. The Mav and Diz tension, the show, all the drawings, whatever you said it happened. Everything's the same. They battle. You think the punch would have still happened?
I don't think so.
If you can say you don't think so, then you can agree with Diz's statement.
Well, what do you think? Do you think that it wouldn't have happened?
I think the punch would have still happened.
Oh, you think it still would have happened? Wow, okay. So do you think that Lush should have taken like
Diz is an emotional being sometimes, man. And when Math was like, I dare you, that ruptured his ego so much, bro. Yeah, he would have threw that punch. So therefore, I don't believe that's why, because Mav did it before. So if that's the case, he would have been for it. You know what I mean? There's so many, he battled so many niggas tougher than Dizaster. You know what I mean? Like,
when I interviewed Lush, he said that he was like high on like shrooms or acid or something like that at the time. And he saw the punch before it actually happened in real life. Like some kind of explanation he said, I don't remember exactly, but it was kind of crazy. But so like, you know, you obviously see him go, And there it is. Like, he tries to like stop it at first, but then like it just, you know, I don't know. I guess he should have got security in the middle at that point or something. Man, roll the clip.
Also, you know, keeping in mind, Matt Hoffa had already hit Dose and Serious Jones in rap house. So there's like this kind of just aura of danger anytime Math is in a battle because he's already done it twice, and then kind of is the
kind of played the bully role.
I was also pretty heavy actually. I saw a lot of Molly when that happened, and I saw like I could literally saw the space time continuum warp in front of me. I saw like the punch in slow motion. I heard it 3 seconds before I saw it, and it was like, yeah. And the ramifications were deep. Obviously, like I said earlier, my relationship with New York, like, isn't something that I can just get rid of or having questions. So I had to kind of make sure that things were cool. But I stand on what I said on Vlad. Like, it definitely wasn't right what happened to Matt and any capacity.
I remember watching that shit, and then I remember just watching the punch, bro, and then going, "What the fuck?" Yo, I just got mad instantly. Like, no, yo, what the? And then I remember hearing the stories before the rest of the footage got dropped, and I remember just being mad. I remember calling Mad phone, he wasn't picking up. I remember calling Cortez, and Cortez, he told me a little bit about what he knew.
Why wasn't NYB out there with him?
That's a question for them, bro. I have no idea.
All right, got you.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
In 2011, when you battled O-Red on URL, this was your debut, right? On URL?
URL debut, yep.
Okay. Coming from Grind Time, was there tension between the two leagues at that time?
Hell yeah. But don't let nobody tell you they wasn't. It's Grind Time. Yeah, hell yeah, it was. Because Grind Time was still a thing, but URL was becoming. Remember, Grind Time was leading in views at one point.
Right.
But URL was creeping fast. And the events was really being talked about in the streets, B. And Grind Time, you know, I hate to put it like this, but it was like for the nerds, man. Like the computer fans was really seeing the Grind Time. The streets was talking about URL. The streets wasn't really talking about too many Grind Time battles. But the streets was talking about URL.
But do you think that it's a little unfair because so much of like the format or like some of the plan, like, you know, the schematics, it seems like came from Grind Time though, you know?
No, that's a fact. Like, listen, I'm going to keep it real. Rest in peace, PH. Grind Time was built off a PH battle. Grind Time first main event was Math Hoffa at Head Ice. That battle was originally booked by PH. It was supposed to be a Grind Time battle, but something happened with the money in the contracts, and then Smack came, scooped him up. He was fucking with that kid Swag at the time, who paid the money, scooped that battle up, and that became the first headline battle for URL. This is a fact.
So we spoke earlier about Eazy and Remy, right?
Eazy, right?
And Remy, and how like Smack felt the way towards them, like they were poaching rappers from URL and everything. But
right.
Couldn't you argue at the same time that early on URL got so much of their artists, their rappers from Grind Time?
Nah, yeah, they can't even argue it. They damn sure did. I can name a bunch of them that came from Grind Time that started URL's climb. DNA, one of them. Hollow the Dawn, Cortez. It's a bunch of them.
Conceited.
It was a bunch of people that came from Grind Time that went over to URL and helped URL become what it is. And these is, man, these dudes now are the URL God tiers. Even Calico was in grind time.
Right. But wasn't at one point also URL was booking actual events on the same day as grind time events to try to compete like that though?
They was competing. They did events on the same day before, if I recall correctly. And it is what it is. Grind time always had their good turnouts. We would go from battle to battle. But URL just had that, they started getting in touch with the industry. Like people was talking about the battle that was happening on URL. And that's what was the intriguing part. That's what made people start wanting to go to URL. My reason for going to URL was because at one time I felt like they started putting me in the box. They were saying, at the time I went to URL, there was this is why I say it was tension, because there was a thing going around where they were saying grind time battlers can't fuck with the URL battlers. And that was considered a grind time battler at the time. You know what I mean? Me, myself, I prefer grind time for two reasons. For one, my family was there. Poison Pen was there. PH was there. That's where my homie nigga was born in grind time. You feel me? So it was like, those were my niggas was. So I was just staying loyal to my set. You feel me? And then I was killing so many niggas in grind time that URL niggas would say shit like, I can't fuck with them.
Right.
And I'm like, what? Y'all niggas, it's easy to battle street niggas. I'm a street nigga. My second reason for even preferring grind time was because grind time was these niggas, these nerd type rappers rapping whole sentences. They had different styles and different patterns and different ways to punchline. I was seeing like, oh, these little white boys over here bugging out with the words. Let me test
it
my
was a
shit
different
on.
challenge for you.
It was a different type of challenge. I could rap street niggas, so I'm a street nigga.
Right.
To rap that shit all fucking day. Let me go fuck with these niggas. And I was destroying them niggas. So I said, okay, I know I can fuck with them niggas. These street niggas, dope. Come on, y'all niggas is nice, but I kill y'all niggas. So this is how that happened. I run in the bees. I go to a me, Poison Pen. We went to the Math and Math and Verb battle. And Beasley spoke to me. We spoke, and I told these niggas, yo, I hear what y'all niggas is saying. I'll cut these niggas' ass. Beasley set it up. And he was like, all right. And then I get a call from Norgs about battling Young Cannon, right? So I was like, set it up. Young Cannon had battled Old Red around the time where I'm supposed to be getting ready to battle Young Cannon, and Old Red supposed to be beat Young Cannon. And everybody was making a fuss out of the Old Red dude who was coming up in the rankings out of Jersey, right? So 2 weeks before the battle, they switched my opponent to Old Red. I already had I had 2 rounds written, 2.5 rounds written for Young Cannon already. And then they switched my opponent to Old Red.
Wow.
And then I was tight because I also had a battle booked. Shout out to Quest McCody. I had a battle with Big Cannon booked in Detroit coming up after that. So when I spoke to them niggas about why they switched my opponent, they tried to give me some excuse about me being booked to battle somewhere else. And I was like, yo, my nigga, don't worry about what I'm doing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Y'all niggas tried to set me up on some other shit. So whatever, I took the battle, I rephrased my bars around, I wrote an extra round, I wrote 2 extra rounds for fucking Old Red. And I had about 5 rounds on deck when I battled Old Red. I know that for a fact. Cause I rearranged the shit I had for Cannon to fit Red. And then I wrote 2 rounds strictly for Red. That was the first and the third round that you hear in the battle. the second round was one of those other rounds that I wrote. And it had, there's a story behind why I kicked the second round. But anyway, it was one of the throwaway rounds that I wrote. It wasn't a round I was even going to use. But there's a reason why I used it. But anyway, and I just battled old Red. And, you know, you can see what happened. I cooked the shit out of that boy, B. I killed old Red. And then after the battle, I found out that the niggas really tried to set me up. They switched me up thinking they were going to throw me off. They gave me Old Red because Old Red was killing everything at the time, and they thought Old Red was going to kill me. And they were going to use that battle to say how Grind Time can't fuck with them. And it didn't work out like that. I cooked Old Red.
Let me ask you this. How do you think, I mean, how did you feel about like people that came from Grind Time that went to URL and then tried to use the punchline like, oh, you a Grind Time rapper, like when they themselves were from Grind Time themselves?
Listen, the choices people make, man. I ain't think nothing of it. I'm proud to be from Grind Time. When people say it, I'd be like, oh, well. I mean, especially if you get cooked by me, it's like, oh, well, what's that say about it now?
Right.
You know what I mean? I ain't never look at it as a diss.
All right. So in 2011, you battled QP, and it was pretty intense. There was a lot of shit talking behind the scenes prior to the battle that made it more tense between you guys, right? What was going on behind the scenes at the time?
QP man, listen, me and QP got history because, you know, I was going to really hurt that boy at one time in life, bro.
That's what I heard.
It was like a real tension that he really, and at the same time, I was a little bit more unreserved, bro. I was a little bit more wilder. I still was in the streets mentality. I ain't grow up fully yet, keep it real with you. You know what I mean? So in the beginning of the Grind Time, you know, I'm chilling, bro. Minding my business. I'm having fun with this shit. I'm doing this shit with my brothers. Me, PH, Penn, we loving it. Penn is helping with events now. Penn became president of the Grind Time East Coast at 1.2. So it's just like, I'm chilling, bro. And, you know, I'm starting to get into YouTube. I'm on YouTube one day. I come across this video. And in this video, it's Conceited, and they in Florida. Conceited, QP. It's a bunch of other niggas they used to run with back then. Fox. Bunch of them niggas. SONS niggas and shit. And at the time, they were beefing with DNA. They all were trying to get battles with DNA. DNA was a little hot commodity, a young nigga killing everybody at the time. He was crazy back then. And so basically the whole blog was about DNA. And this how I came across this blog. Shout out to Marv1. Marv1 called my phone and said, nigga, you see what this nigga is saying about you? Excuse me. He said, you see what this nigga is saying about you? And I said, who? He said, this QP nigga, though. And I said, what? He said, QP. Now, the blog was wild long, bro, pause. So, like I said, the whole shit, they were dissing DNA. So I ain't watched the whole shit. So when Marv was telling me about it, I'm like, yo, I saw that. They ain't say nothing about me. He was like, yo, you got to keep watching. So I turned it back on, and I watched the shit again. I watched it all the way through. And sure enough, this nigga QP bringing my name. He said something about coming to New York to battle this bum-ass nigga, Swave Sevah, whoever the fuck that dumbass nigga is. And I said, what? And I rewinded it and I'm hearing it, and I just kept rewinding it, like, and that shit just put blood in my eyes. Like, is this nigga crazy? Like, so how I heard it was, bum-ass nigga Swave Sevah, whoever that dumbass nigga is, I heard I heard fighting word. Me.
You heard
And at the
worse
time,
than what it was.
Yeah, very much than what it was. I heard, nigga, what? So I just threw my targets on them. So now I'm hunting down everybody, Lush One, everybody that know them, niggas that booked them. I'm on the road with Immortal Technique, and we do a show in Stockton. We bring
That's his
Aquas to the.
hometown.
That's where he's from.
Right.
Aquas is from there. Aquas come to the show. I tell Aquas to call a nigga. Aquas call a nigga, he don't pick up. He called Fox. Fox get on the phone with me and start apologizing for the nigga. Start telling me the niggas be doing drugs, and he was telling me all kinds of shit. I be doing weird shit, and how they told the nigga he shouldn't have said that, and you know, and he was like, yo, I just want to apologize for him. And I was like, nah, fuck is you telling me for? Nigga, tell that nigga I want to hear from him. So I gave my number. About 5-10 minutes later, that nigga called me, and he was stuttering on the phone, and he apologized. So I was like, all right, cool. I hung up. Now, I'm in his hometown, my nigga. Like, I'm in Stockton. Like, I'm telling the nigga come through, he ain't want to come through, nigga apologize. All right, cool. So, you know, ain't hear nothing. Nothing for a while. And then it comes up again about me battling him. Now, I was supposed to battle him in Cali. Lush One had it booked. And this nigga cancels the battle. You know what I mean? Made up some excuse and then told everybody what he looked like battling me, and it was a whole nother bullshit. So here we go again. Like, fuck is going on with this nigga? So after the battle was canceled and this nigga canceled this shit, I got mad. And then I found out he was about to come to New York and battle one day. So if you ever hear a nigga tell the story about a Joker mask, PH threw an event, QP was on the card, he was supposed to battle, but he no-showed. But I ain't know he no-showed. I pulled up to the event with a Joker mask, and this is how I met Heartless. There was a nigga back in the day at the battle named Pivo, right? Pivo was in the video where QP was talking shit. Pivo, Heartless, this kid named Deuce, and there was a bunch of them niggas, and I know Heartless was down with this nigga crew. And I ran down on them niggas. They were in front of the event with the Joker mask, and you go where that nigga at, and niggas all bit. I don't want to say they bitched up because Heartless is my man. That's my nigga. But niggas definitely was like, yo, he ain't here. They definitely was like, yo, Swave, chill. Finally, niggas found out it was me and my nigga Just James, and everybody calmed me down, and you know. But I ran down on these.
To give proper context, though, at that time, it wasn't so much of a thing to like sell the battle by talking shit on that kind of level, right? Like,
yeah.
Especially
and
not
then
to
I
somebody
wasn't
from the
in the
street.
full mindset like that because nobody had did that with me yet. I wasn't in that.
Right.
I ain't have to do that to be where I was at in battle rap. I was just rapping. I ain't do that to nobody, and nobody for the nigga to come at me, I was just going. And I was a fan of QP at the time, so when he did that, I was like, how the fuck he go from DNA to me? I wasn't even hanging with DNA in him at the time. Why am I even in this? So I just looked at it in a different light. So I was really gonna run down, like, you know what I mean? So from that, I guess, you know, the tension just got higher between us. And then Poison Pen stepped in, he wound up bagging it, he wound up getting getting the battle going. And then he brought him here. And the battle was supposed to just end our differences. So there was tension between us going into the battle. But instead of beefing, the battle was supposed to, all right, after the battle was over. So we battled. Poison Pen brought him here, we battled. I killed him. Probably one of the biggest body bags ever. And, you know, that was
and
that.
He kept touching you throughout the battle.
Yeah, I wound up shoving him. I told him not to touch me. I had braids at the time. He grabbed my hair, twisted the end of my braid with his fingers like this and shit. Like, yo, my nigga, it was just weird. And so I shoved him. Like, yo, my nigga, I kept telling you, stop touching me, bro. And we not on that level. Like, we not friends, bro. We gonna battle, and he was leaning on me and just doing weird shit, bro.
Right.
So, I gave him multiple warnings.
And he apologized, but he kept doing it.
He apologized once and then did it again. Like, yo, my nigga, you. So I shoved him, and then, nothing happened. We rapped, battle continued. I killed them 3-0, and that was that.
Is it true that QP would do a lot of weird stuff back then in general? Just like that would just seem off?
I mean, I guess so. He always seemed like a bit weird to me. You know what I mean? I used to think QP was one of the best spitters in the game, though. That's why I was like, it's hard to be a fan of him at that point after all this. Like me, I'm a fan. I'm a fan now because I ain't got no problem with the boy no more. Like, I'm just telling you about back then. Like right now, I ain't got no problem with him. You know what I mean? I don't know who he battled last, but he still spit. You know what I mean? But QP back in the day, they came from this thing they used to have called the Jungle, right? And I seen them battle, and he had like a Black History Month scheme. And that battle made me a fan of him because that nigga killed that shit. That shit was fire. And I was like, yo, this dude is nice. And he used to run with Conceit in them, the little SONS crew. They whole crew, Ham, Heartless, they all of them was nice. They all had this little new way of doing punchlines. And I was inspired by that. You know what I mean? So I used to follow them niggas. So when he started tripping on me, I was like, yo, why he tripping on me? You feel me? It was just weird for me. That's why the tension started. You know what I mean?
For sure. All right. 2013, you battled Metta. And this battle, there was an issue with the audio or something, or your whole second round was missing, right?
Yeah.
What happened exactly, man?
I don't know, but they fixed it though. Like the whole battle was out now. But I don't know.
You had to do a blog first. Remember you did a blog with Penn.
I was on tour. While I was on tour, we was in Cali. Shout out to Motor Technique. We was out of Cali.
Right.
When the battle dropped. And because the battle took place in St. Louis. And the battle, shout out to Metta, but I killed that boy too, 3-0. And it was in his hometown. And it took a while for the battle to come out. So I'm on tour with Tech, me, Tech, Penn, CF. We out in Cali, and then the battle dropped. So now we watching it on our phones and shit. And they do my first round, his first round, his second round, my third round, his third round. Like, whoa. I thought I was bugging when I first watched it. I went back, watched it again. My first round, his first round. No, he go first. Wait, did he go first? Yeah, he go first. His first round, my first round. His second round. His third round, my third round. That's how it went. And I was like, what the fuck is my second round? So then I wound up calling the dude. His name was King Juice, out of Chicago. Shout out to him if he's still doing it. I don't know. But shout out, he's a cool dude, cool ass dude. And I called him and I was like, yo, fam, my second verse ain't in the battle, bro. And then he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, it's my first, his second, and then both our thirds. I don't have no second. So I guess he must have went back and watched it. Then he called me back like, nah, I'm gonna fix it right now. And then they took it down for a while. And then they put it up as it is right now. My second verse is there now. But while they took it down, I had shot a blog in Cali. And I spit my second verse because I didn't think they was gonna do it. They ain't take it down at the time. And I spit my second verse, and then they wound up fixing it, took it down, and then they put it up with my second verse. So that's why.
Did you feel like someone was trying to sabotage you in that situation at the time?
Yeah, we felt, hell yeah, because I was in St. Louis, and Metta from St. Louis. And Pink could tell you, out there, they were trying to turn up. They were trying to, they were trying to turn up for your boy. And then Math and the Math battled Hitman that day, and Cortez battled Verb. And then I took shots at Verb that battle and all that. So yeah. So I destroyed Metta so bad out there that day. Like, I had St. Louis going crazy. They loved me after the battle. But I feel like when they dropped the battle, because you could hear people on stage trying to, like, talk, like, trying to big up for Metta, like, to try to make it sound like shit I was saying wasn't really that tough. While the crowd was going crazy, you hear them say, man, it ain't all that. I could calm down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, let them react. Nigga, relax. Your man getting killed up here. Like, shit like that. So, and then shit I was doing when I was staring niggas down. Nigga, like, yo, man, cut that shit out, man. Nigga, why you mad? Like, you know what I mean? Whatever. So, because of that kind of tension, I felt like when they dropped the battle, they was sabotaging my shit because I killed that nigga so bad. So then they was like, and then the second round is the round where I really went crazy on, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, yo, nah, you gon'. So then they really put it back up the way it was supposed to be, though. It's up now.
Yeah.
All 3 rounds is there now.
So 2013, you were supposed to battle Daylyt at Summer Madness 3, but it didn't happen. What's the backstory about that whole situation?
With Daylyt?
Yeah.
I was supposed to battle him, but didn't go down. It was no fault of Daylyt. He showed up. That was the infamous Math and Sirius Jones fight. Math had snuffed Sirius Jones. That was at Stage 48 in Manhattan. And URL Summer Madness 3, of course. And you know, my lady at the time, my son's mother, was pregnant with my son. So this would kind of really made me mad. I had a little chip on my shoulder with URL after this, cause I had asked Beasley to let me in Daylyt. I remember going up to Daylyt, and Daylyt can contest it. I went up to Daylyt in the event. I was like, yo, you mind going early? Because my lady was pregnant at home and kind of like lay it up. Like Tyson was due. The battle happened September 8th of that year. My son was born the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
And he was due around the 8th. So we was really on some on any day now type shit. So I really ain't really want to leave her like that, but I had to battle this nigga. So I really wanted to just go battle and then scoot back, you feel me?
Right.
And cause if she would have called me like, nigga, water broke, I'd have left anyway, you know what I mean? So I was asking Beasley if I can go. And he was just like, he kept it real. He was like, yo, most of the people here to see you in Daylyt. If I let y'all go, I'm gonna lose the crowd. But I just felt like, yo, my nigga, I told you I got a whole pregnant wife at home right now, my nigga, and I'm trying to get back. And I feel like you still ain't respect that. And then I had asked Daylyt if he mind going, and he was like, nah, we can go next if you want. So I'm like, yeah, let me, but he didn't. He made us wait to the last motherfuckers, bro. And Math is serious, mic up, and then they go, and then, you know, what happens, and then, yeah. And then the spot, they shut down. They shut the spot down. So me and Daylyt never happened anyway. So all that time, I could have been, you feel me? Like, so it was just like, yo, my nigga. And then I could have, if you would have just let us go, we could have got that out the way, because I had some shit for Daylyt. I wanted to do that battle so bad.
I know.
Man. And then it was like, this nigga was just like, no, I need y'all. I need to keep the crowd. And yo, my nigga, you got enough battlers here to keep a crowd, bro. Like, I should have stood on business, but I stood and tried to wait. Then I got in tune watching battles and got caught up in the crowd. We smoking, and then I'm over here trying to practice bars. And next thing you know, woo! And yo, everybody gotta go. It's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? So it was just one of those days. I was just, yeah, it was one of those days. I was tight, bro. I was mad at URL. Like, y'all niggas could have let us go early, bro.
What was your
started
reaction
doing
when
that.
you saw though that he punched him?
I actually ran to the stage. Cause I was in the crowd when the punch happened, right? Me, Ike, and Debo.
Right.
Shout out to Debo, shout out to Ike P. Me, Ike, and Debo standing next to each other in the crowd. And then the punch happened, and then everybody kind of converged, and we lost sight of math. So hold on. So we lost sight of math. So after we lost sight of math, I felt like niggas was probably jumping them. So we all ran to the stage. Cause like I said, math, my boy. You know what I mean? Serious, I know serious, but I ain't know serious like I know math. You feel me? So I'm running to see if niggas is jumping. And we get to the stage, and I don't even see math. Man, I see serious. He had blood in his mouth. I'm looking at him. And then I see security holding him. And then I'm looking around. I don't see math. I see core. And then I'm just looking. One security guard tried to stop me, and I was like, yo, don't touch me. That's my man out there. I don't know what's going on. And he kind of just moved out the way. And then me and Debo and Ike walked across the stage, looking around, looking for math. I ain't see the nigga. And then we just left. And then I went outside. That's when nigga was like, yo, I went back into the crowd. Nigga was saying, yo, this shit is shutting down. Then we went outside. And that's.
Oh, and that's when you guys did the interview, right?
Yeah.
What did you think about when Daylyt was so mad? He was like, yo, if I don't get my money, I'm going to clap this place up. And
yeah,
like.
That shit got me mad too. Me and Ike walked over to them. He got into it with Smack or something. And I think me and Ike went over there to try to, you know what I mean, intervene with that. Cause that would get, I ain't really hear him say all that until the blog come out. It was up, so he was just screaming wild shit. He was saying crazy shit, period. And I remember everybody was getting mad at him, and Smack got into an argument. And me and Ike was like, nah, ain't nothing gonna happen to Smack B. Y'all niggas is bugging. Like, I was mad that day, bro. I was really mad that day, bro. Like, I was ready to throw down with all of them Crip niggas. I was ready to throw down with everybody. Cause I was mad. That shit just made me mad. I was mad at Math. I was mad at Smack. I was mad at Daylyt. I was mad at everybody that day. I ain't gonna lie. I was on my shit, B. I just went home. I just went home to my pregnant wife at the time and just went home, rubbed her belly, and now my son is 12.
Wow. And you still got paid though, right?
Yeah.
That's good. At least you got that, man.
Yeah, I had to hunt them down for that though. Word, that shit. Shout out to Chico. I had to gun him down for that. Like, come on, y'all niggas. I'm not at fault. None of this. And I asked to go early. Y'all not doing that.
What did you think of Math's explanation video that he put out right after that situation?
I got mad. I remember calling Math on that, like, yo, are you serious, bro? He was like, yo, Swave. He's sitting there trying to tell me that the club wasn't gonna let me and Daylyt go anyway. They told him and Sirius was the last battle. I'm like, well, then let me deal with that with URL and them niggas. But my nigga, right now, I'm going by, well, what happened, nigga? Come on.
Why did the event start so late
That's
anyways?
a URL question, bro. Yo, son, that shit, the doors open at like 12 noon. The first battle ain't start till like 7 p.m., bro.
What the fuck was people doing for 7 hours?
That's what I'm saying, my nigga.
That's crazy.
It was real organized.
Don't get me wrong. Math's explanation and if the video sounds crazy, like if you mix together a shot and a beef stick, you know what I mean?
He said I had one chicken stick. Like,
right, yeah, one chicken stick or whatever he said. Yeah, like that was wild. But he does have a point that why did the shit start so late though? Like that was crazy. Like
nah, but that's the question for URL. Why did it start so late? That's a question to this day that everybody want to know. Cause that gap was crazy. That gap is crazy. 5 hours, 12 to 7.
Well, 7 hours.
Oh, you're 7. I said 5. 7. Yeah, well, I'm bugging. 7 hours, 12 to 7. Like
you almost worked the 8-hour shift right there. Shit. You know what
and then I would say 5 hours because 12 is when doors open. So niggas is coming in. So around 2 is when you think it should start, right? So around from 2 to 7, niggas is standing crazy. Niggas still coming in the door 12 between 12 and 2.
Right.
So I say around 2 to 7, niggas was in there standing.
Wow, man.
That's why I said 5 hours. Excuse me though, but yeah. So I give it a good 5 hour standing time though.
So why did you guys never reschedule the battle or try to take it somewhere else or anything? Because then you end up on Vlad TV and you spit your bars on Vlad.
This is Daylyt. See, this is Daylyt, right? And shout out to Daylyt. Daylyt made me want to break his jaw, right? Daylyt called me, right? Daylyt called me, bro, and said, yo, Swave, yo, fuck that. Fuck URL. Yo, we gonna take the battle to KOTD. I spoke to Organic. He gonna give us triple what they gave us, bro. Word, just come hold out. Why we about? I'm like, word. He like, yo, just hold out. We gonna do this shit. I'm like, bet. Cool. So now I'm fucking with Daylyt. I think about a week later, I actually speak to Organic, and Organic told me he never spoke to Daylyt.
What the hell?
Right? So now I'm like, what? He was like, yes, Swave, I don't know anything about that. Like, rest in peace, Bishop. I spoke to Bishop first, and Bishop spoke to Organic, and Bishop was like, yeah, you need to talk to Organic. And I spoke to Organic. Organic was like, nah, I ain't never speak to Daylyt about that.
That's
so I'm
wild.
like, yo, okay, cool. So now I'm like, yo, all right, fool me once. Speak to Daylyt another time down the line. I scream on a nigga like, what's this shit you told me, man? This nigga killed. Start your Daylyt, you be bullshitting. I spoke to Organic, nigga. He was like, nah, Organic be bullshitting, Organic be bullshitting. But look, bro, right? Now, if you remember Math and Daylyt battled, right?
Right.
Poison Pen put that together. He put that together with some YouTube dudes, niggas that actually work for actual YouTube. Like, that was, to my knowledge, that's how that went. And they was trying to get into battle rap at the time, and they put the whole Daylyt and Math shit together. So Daylyt called me and told me that they wanted to take the battle, and he told me, yo, they gonna give us like 10 grand a piece, bro. He was, I'm telling you, Swave, this is it. Trust me, right? Okay, boom. I don't know why I listen to this nigga, but anyway. Couple of weeks go by, I speak to Poison Pen. Because Poison Pen knew them niggas. Poison Pen hosted that battle with him and Daylyt, Math and Daylyt. So I asked Pen, I said, yo, Pen, you know them YouTube niggas that threw that battle? He go, yeah. I'm like, yo, give me the math on them niggas, man, because they supposed to be setting up this Daylyt battle. What's up before you know what I mean? So Pen reach out. Long story short, these niggas, they ain't never talked to no fucking, they ain't know nothing we were talking about, bro.
Wow.
So now I'm like, yo, I don't fuck with Daylyt, bro. He's a lying son of a bitch. This nigga, I can't trust him. This nigga make up these stories. Then he started going crazy with the gay shit, the Batman shit. I mean, he was doing the Batman shit before, but he started going crazy, and for how he fucked Diddy, and he wanted to, oh man, I'm not fucking with Daylyt. Daylyt is tripped out. You know what I mean? But then he went back to spitting and went crazy again. So it's like Daylyt dumb talented, but at the time I was just like, I went on Vlad and released some of the bars. I'm done. I'm good.
I don't know why KOTD or any other league wouldn't want to pick that up though.
I just think it wasn't presented right.
Is already done so much.
It was presented as a URL battle, and at the time, nobody was really going against URL like that. URL was doing their thing. You know what I mean? Summer Madness was a staple. You know what I mean? Nobody was going against them niggas like that. And I feel like that's probably why nobody else really jumped on it. They thought it was just a URL stake battle.
Smack didn't want to reschedule it?
That's another thing. See, now that was supposed to get rescheduled, right? But then Daylyt went on a whole clap this shit up thing. And they wound up banning Daylyt from URL. And I remember reaching out to them and saying, yo, if y'all ban Daylyt, where'd that leave me? And then they said they was going to get me another battle, which never really happened. This was my gripe with URL. This was where my gripe started. Like, see, now I feel like I just got done dirty and I ain't do nothing wrong. Like, I showed up. I had my bars ready. It was a chain reaction of bullshit and it all landed on me type shit. And I ain't do shit. Like, this ain't my fault. You feel me?
Yeah, I remember you saying that you felt like it seemed like URL had something against you during that time.
Yeah, because they had no reason not to be booking me. I was killing everybody at the time. I had no win. I was undefeated on URL. Everybody I battled on URL at the time I beat. So everybody, they was marketing everybody that was killing. They wasn't trying to market me. They wasn't even having them talks with me. And nobody would beat me. I killed everybody in Grand Time. I was literally undefeated everywhere.
Wow.
So it's like I had no reason why I wasn't getting called back. Like, they asked me to battle Young Cannon. I destroyed Young Cannon on URL stage. I destroyed O-Red. I wound up battling Young Cannon again after I battled O-Red. I was originally supposed to battle the nigga. Y'all switched me up, tried to set me up. Boom, that didn't work for y'all. I killed O-Red. Then y'all tried to give me Young Cannon again. I 3-0'd him on your stage. Like, what y'all, you feel me? Then y'all do a joint venture with Poison Pen for Smack birthday. I battled Suge. I 3-0'd him on your, like, in front of Smack. Like, what y'all want me to do? And y'all still wasn't giving me, y'all still was trying to throw me underlings. This is how I felt.
Did you ever have a convo with Smack directly to be like, yo, what's the problem?
I had this shit 1,000 times, man. We had this shit out. Like, what? I'm not gonna keep repeating this. This is how I started falling back and just sticking to my niggas. And now I felt like if I just stuck with with PH and kept it with Grind Time, I could have helped them, because now Grind Time is fading. So I should have just kept my family afloat. That's how I started feeling like, damn, I fucked up. You know what I mean? Because now Grind Time now PH is, you know what I mean, trying to do his own thing. And you know what I mean? Now that shit is just falling apart over here a little bit. Director's moving on. He's doing other things now. You know what I mean? Grind Time, even now Matt Ills is trying to do something in Cali, but it's falling apart. You know what I mean? Dizaster that took his show to KOTD. And it's like, okay. Damn. All right, fuck it. So now it's just like, if I'm going to keep doing it, I might as well just start infiltrating with, you know what I mean? The URLs, the RBE jumped around. And okay, here come my nigga ARP. You feel me?
Out of all the leagues that you've ever battled for, what was the best experience that you ever had as far as how they treated you?
Oh, well, I can honestly say I was never really treated badly, nigga. But shout out to ARP, that's my brother. You know what I mean? ARP always, I have nothing bad to say about anything I did with ARP, business-wise, battle-wise, showing up to events. ARP, great businessman, great events, great battles I done with him. Great treatment, you know what I mean? Nothing bad to say. Shout out to Organic KOTD. You know, they be giving niggas gift bags and all kinds of shit. They treatment of the battlers is very well as well. Even URL, I have nothing bad to say about the treatment URL gives you when they invest in you. I mean, it's not like they ever, except for that one time after that time where I had to hunt down the rest of my money from Chico because of the fight shit. But other than that, you know what I mean? But yeah, I ain't really had no real bad experiences. Well, I had a couple, but it was just like lower leagues that just trying to get in the game that really, you know what I mean?
Got you.
You know, everybody going through their phases or, oh man, I got it. Like when I battled Eazy the Block Captain, they took me a while to pay me my bread.
All right, so in 2014, you battled Eazy the Block Captain. Now, this is before, you know, he's become like who he is now, obviously. How did that come about, that battle?
Eazy Eazy came up in the rankings in a league. Well, the first time I seen it was at a league called Trap House. And he was battling. I remember he called me out. And he was, you know, shout out to No Mercy. No Mercy tried to book it, and it really didn't pan out. And then I got a call from these dudes from Philly, WBL at the time. I don't think they're around too tough right now. But they reached out to me about it. And they wanted to do it in Philly. So I was like, all right. And I mean, at the time, Eazy, I seen Eazy at Trap House, and he was thanking me for taking a battle because he was like, you know what I mean, he wanted a shot. So I figured I'd give him a shot. And he had a girl named Zan. The girl Zan was his girl at the time, and she the one who really made me shut him down because she was talking heavy shit, talking about how he gonna kill me this, and I ain't ready, calling me grandpa and all this. He gonna kill you, grandpa, and all this shit. And I was like, yo, I told him, I was like, she gonna get you buried. And he was like, no, I'm really gonna cook you though. And I'm like, oh, here you go. So, you know, battle got booked. I went to Philly and I 3-0'd him.
Yeah, he wasn't developed though. Like even just like his voice and everything at that time, you could tell.
Nah, he's definitely a whole different person now.
Yeah,
he definitely wasn't.
Definitely.
He wasn't up to par then. He definitely way better now. I'll give him that. But
did you ever think that at that time that he would become like to the level that he's at now?
If I'm being honest, no, I didn't. He deserved the most improved battle rapper award because he definitely, from where I seen him start, I didn't think he would become who he is. No, I didn't. But proud of him, though.
Right. And your experience with him, like behind the scenes and stuff like that, he was cool though?
Yo, yeah, at one point, yeah. Yeah. Eazy was, me and Eazy was real cool at one point, believe it or not. You know what I mean? Like, right now, we don't talk much. We don't talk hardly at all anymore, but at one point, like around the time when he went to jail after battling me, and I was actually talking to him while he was in jail. Like, and this is fact, you can ask him. Like, I definitely was holding him down while he was in jail. Like, we was definitely in contact, you know what I mean? Even when he came home, he was, I think, on house arrest or some shit, you know what I mean? He was trying to be down with Team Army at one point. This is fact.
Oh, for real?
That's a fact. He asked me if he could behind me at one point. That's a fact.
So why didn't it happen?
Because I was telling him, you know, he was on house arrest and shit. He just came home. I was like, yo, get focused. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do. Show me first. Get out there and get focused. You know what I mean? Then, you know, he couldn't do much at the time because he was on house arrest. He had the ankle braces on, if I recall correctly. And then when he finally got out there, you know, he had a couple battles. One of the battles, the one rounder with Twerk, and you know, Twerk had beat him. So it was just like, I was just in the cut, just looking at the growth, like, in a pause. I was just watching them develop. And, you know, I was trying to see, because it was still up in the air. Like, you know what I mean? The homie talk was still in the air at the time. And then,
Right.
you know, he just took on a new life of his own. So it just never came back. It just let him do what he did.
What do you contribute to his success the most that you've watched from the outside? Like how he got so popular to the level that he is?
Truthfully, I don't take credit for any of it. I cooked him.
No, I'm not asking if you take credit for it, but I'm saying like from you watching, is it just that he just really improved overall, or was it like
you talking about skill-wise?
You watched us? Yeah, or you watched he did like a strategy, like or like behind the scenes with all the controversy, or like what do you feel like got him like?
Nah, because I think his skills got him there first, because before the controversy, when he was on URL, he was cooking. So I definitely think his skills is what had the people talk about him first. He definitely got better. That was the first thing I noticed about Eazy, and that I felt like he got better. When he battled Danny Myers, I felt like that was crazy. Like, oh, he cooked Danny. You know what I mean? He battled Chess, fire battle. Like, I was like, oh, nah, this nigga he got better. That was the first thing I noticed about Eazy to me. Because if I'm being honest, When I battled Eazy, I ain't think he was nice at all. I thought he was trash. You know what I mean? If I'm being honest, when I battled him, I thought Eazy was trash. You know what I mean? I 3-0'd him. Like, it wasn't even that difficult.
The setup, his setups weren't really hitting
like
at that
it
time.
wasn't, and it was his delivery. His delivery was terrible.
Right.
Even when I was watching him in Trap House, like he had battled, I think he battled Dot, and he said probably one of the best lines I heard him say at the time when he battled Dot, and that was my first indication that, oh, okay, this nigga finally says something. You know what I mean? Because I used to think he was kind of corny. And then, you know, I think I may have said something like this in an interview back then, and which even made him want to battle me. I probably started this shit. I keep it real. If I'm not mistaken, I probably said he was corny. I think somebody would have asked me about him, and I was like, nah, he trash. And I think he probably heard that, and then he started shooting at me. That's how our battle came. So I probably kind of started that, B. I keep it real. I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean? But, you know, I just be speaking on, I be speaking how I feel sometimes. I don't be trying to be malicious with it. I just, you know what I mean? I'm not a yes man, so.
Right.
You feel me? If I feel like a nigga was whack, he was whack to me. He ain't gotta be whack, he just whacked to me. Like, I don't like it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, shout out to him for putting in the work though, right? So, I mean.
Nah, yeah, he definitely put in the work though. That's a fact.
Yeah. So in 2014, you finally battled Verb, which was in the making for a long time, and there's a lot of intense background to that story, man. Can you talk about your guys' issues, how it originally started?
I don't even remember how it originally started with Verb now, bro. I remember.
Wasn't there like a Twitter exchange or
something like that? There was a Twitter exchange. And
I think you said that he lost and like he wasn't happy about that. So then he came out with a song and said "fuck Swave."
Yes.
On the song.
Wow, I forgot all about that song. Yeah, he said "fuck Swave" in a little verse or some shit. That's a fact. Yeah, okay, yeah. So there was a Twitter shit. I had said he lost the battle where he got mad and he made a big ass rant about it. And yeah, I guess my mouth again paused. I guess it was me saying some shit. But I said he.
But you thought it was harmless. Like you thought it was just like
it was just
a
regular fucking opinion, bro. It was. I felt he lost. It was okay. It's all right, brother. We all lose. You know what I mean? And he just went off the deep end with it, bro. Like, yo, fam, you doing too much now, bro. Like, now you doing too much, like, for real. So that's what it really was, like. And it just snowballed into something else.
Wasn't it a little confusing for you at the time? Because you guys were talking like some business too, right? Like about doing something together.
We had, it's crazy because it was actually Vlad. Vlad TV was trying to throw battles at the time, and he had pulled me and Verb to the side one day at an event, and he had asked us, he was going to play us to battle. Like, that was the business. And at first we was talking with it, but I guess whatever number he offered Verb turned it down. I was willing. Like, he offered, at the time, he only offered me like $3,000 or some shit like that. But I was like, I'll take it. Just set it up. You know what I mean? The Verb, I don't know what he offered Verb, but whatever it was, he turned it down. So that was another reason why I made it mad, because we were doing all this Twitter talking, and now we got somebody putting money on the table for it, and you turning it down. Like, you was soft. Like, you know what I mean? So now it just kept getting worse and worse. The words kept getting worse and worse with us. You know what I mean?
Wow, I never heard that Vlad was actually going to be throwing battles, but it makes sense because he was covering battle rap during that time so heavy.
Vlad he was also like walking around with my song. Vlad asked me to battle my song one time we at a Queen of the Ring event. He came up to me, he was like, yo, Swave. He was like, how much you charge me for a battle? I said, who you want me to battle? And he was like, my son. And I was like, come on, man, are you serious? And then he was like, give me a number, let's talk about it. But we never really spoke about it. But, you know, my son ain't battle again.
What?
So that's a fact. He came up to ask me. Vlad was trying to do battles, bro. He was. He might have did one. If I'm not mistaken, I think he did one. I can't remember what.
Oh, I think you're right. I think he might have,
yeah,
right?
Matter of fact, he did the Math and T-Rex shit. Enhanced Battle Iron Sheik.
Wait, but why was your response like, "Are you serious, bro?" For when talking about my song?
But Mike's my nigga. Like, I don't like battling niggas I know like that.
Oh, I thought you meant like he wasn't worthy,
no,
like
no,
a worthy opponent.
It wasn't like that. It was like, Mike's wasn't even really battling like that. So it would have been like a comeback for Mike. Because the only battle he had did was the Enes shit.
Right.
So it was like, why you want me to battle? Come on. First of all, Mike's my nigga. Mike's ain't even really trying to battle like that. Because even when he said it in front of Mike's on, the Mike's on was like, come on, I ain't battling Swave, bro. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, come on, Vlad. What you over here trying to do, bro? Like, for real, for real. And then that's when he started trying to get the Verb battle.
So you actually ran up on Verb in Detroit?
In Detroit?
Or was it Atlanta? It was somewhere you ran up on him.
It was in St. Louis at the Metta battle.
Oh, it was?
Yeah,
okay.
So
I know you ran up on him somewhere.
Yeah, it was just random. He was coming in our cabin. I mean, like, yo, what's up? What we doing? He ain't want to battle. He was like, you know, it was regular. It wasn't really nothing crazy. I ran up on him again. And wait, no, it was Detroit. Nah, I know what you talk about now. He had the girl with him.
See?
Yeah. And I was like,
Swave, I do my research, my brother. I do my research, okay?
It was at the battle where Big Cannon battled. Who he battled? And he killed somebody.
I was like, man, I know I just heard an interview with you saying
Detroit. I forgot all about that. And I was like, yo, what's up? We gonna battle what? He was like, yeah. Tell Smack to set it up. And I was like, yo, Verb always would look at me and tell me, yeah. And then I was like, yo, when I go to set it up, like when we try to set it with Smack, after he told me that I'm handling out Beezy, Verb said set it up. And then he telling me shit, Verb overpricing the battle. Like, come on, you really don't want to battle, bro. Like, it was always
he was
on his
taking
end,
other battles first, right?
Huh?
He started taking other battles first and it'd be like, it was telling you to wait.
What I'm saying. And it's like, it was always on his end. The reason why the battle didn't go down was always on his end. And then it was just like, yo, I'm like, and then we finally Miss Gracie. You know what I mean? Shout out Gracie and Big Cannon with the what was it called? Guerrilla Warfare League in Chicago.
Right, Guerrilla Warfare.
She finally was like, yo, Swave, come on, I got you Verb. And I was like, he gonna do it for real this time? And she was like, I already sent the deposit, just come with what you want. And I told her, she sent the deposit. And then that was the first deposit I got for her. Like, oh, it's going down. So then, you know what I mean? It finally was booked. And that's how that shit happened. It was like a whole 2-year run before that shit happened, bro. By the time it came around, I was really dwindling down, like tired of the shit. And then Gracie called me like, I got you Verb. Like, I wasn't thinking it was, before Gracie called me, it was over. Like, I didn't think it was going to happen. There was no more calls from Smack about it. No more, nobody was talking about it no more. Me and him ain't really even have a back and forth like that online like that too much. And then Gracie called me like, yo, Swave, I got you Verb. So it was like, oh, word, finally? You know what I mean? So it was like, all right. Then she was like, I was like, is he gonna do it this time? She was like, he already got a deposit. I was like, all right, got my deposit. It was booked. So that's how that came about. So now I had to put myself back in war mode for the nigga. Cause at this time it was like, it was over for me, bro. I ain't even feel like it. Like the bars I had thought for him, I ain't even like no more. I had thought of new shit. Now I got thinking, you know what I mean? I was in that zone.
Right. And with Verb, you were really honest that you lost the battle with him because you weren't in the right mindset at the time.
But on a personal level.
Right.
There was things going down.
He was going through a lot.
Yeah. My father was alive at the time, but he was going through a lot. And you know, he had did something that caused him to get hospitalized. So at the time of me actually being at the event battling Verb, my father was 4 hours away. You know what I mean? Almost, you know what I mean? And I felt like I shouldn't have been on that stage. I should have been heading my ass to Detroit. But I was determined to do this fucking battle, and it just wasn't the time. But
right,
the fact that it took all this time to even get to this point to even do this battle, I felt like I was kind of obligated to stay and do the battle. And I put that battle before my pops, which made me feel away to this day. And I felt it on that stage. Like, I am not supposed to be here. I was scared. My phone kept going off in my pocket while the battle was going on. Like, family was calling me. I was scared that I was going to get off that stage, and they told me I lost them. Like, I would have lost it. Like, it was just so much shit going on in my mind. I wanted to answer the phone, but I couldn't. And it just, it was just rapidly going on. Like they just, I got off the phone, it was like 33 missed calls, like some dumb number like that. Like, what are they trying to, you know what I mean? So it was just like.
You were in a tough position, man, because it took so much to try to even get the battle to get to the point that it was at. Now that you got the deposits and everything and it's looking like it's about to go down, for you to back out, it would look really bad. And then also, this could be the only opportunity for this to actually finally happen. So, but personally, I totally understand it wasn't the right time for you, man. Like, you should have been able to focus on your family,
I should have got up out of there. And then not knowing, I think my third round, I didn't even know it like that. Because I was so worried about my pops and all that. I never got the time to really sit down and get it to the point where I could just feel fluid with it. So I knew So I went into that battle feeling like I knew I was going to lose going on that stage. And it's crazy because being in Chicago today, everybody was like, yeah, Swave, we got you, nigga. You gonna kill this nigga. And then when I look at the battle, hearing what Verb bought for me, he was whack. I know I could have killed the nigga. I ain't freestyle about the gold jacket. I ain't say nothing. My mind wasn't in that battle, bro.
Right.
I was totally just like, nah, I'm not supposed to be here. I thought I was, and then it's crazy, my father not here no more now. But at the time, it was like I almost lost him then. You know what I mean? So it was like, it was crazy. I just felt crazy, bro. I can't even imagine. I don't even know what else to say about it. Like, for real.
I know you're not a fan of like sequels, but would you consider it for Verb?
Yeah, that's the only rematch I said I'll do. I battled old Red in a like quarantine battle. I did a 1-rounder with him on RBE.
Right.
And beat him again. But that's the only rematch I really got out there. But I did say I did want an Verb rematch. That's the only I don't like rematches, but that's the only rematch I really. If anybody asked me, yo, if I had to do a rematch, what would it be? It'll be Verb.
What about him though? Does he want to do it?
He told me he would, but he beating around the bush again, and I'm not going through that again. So,
all right. Let me ask you this though, okay? Do you think you went too far when you said on the Restore Order podcast that he got touched by his babysitter or something like that, and he was called, like?
Do I think I went too far? I was just repeating what he said though. He said that.
I know, but you know what I mean though. Like you ain't had to really go there though.
I forgot what made me say it. I must have been mad at the nigga, B.
Yeah, you was mad as fuck.
Yeah, my nigga. Because he said some shit about me on something. He was on Spaces and he was saying some shit about me somewhere, and nigga was like, he went crazy on me, and I don't really do that online shit like that. So
right.
Yeah, my nigga. But I ain't say nothing niggas didn't know. It's just like, yo, Verb is another nigga that's a different person to me now. The Verb I battled back then and this Verb now is different. But he even rap different. And he be doing a whole bunch of shit. Like, he be doing weird shit, talking about I'll put you in jail. He talking about planting dope on niggas. He talking about snitching on niggas and calling cops. I'm like, he be saying weird shit out his mouth now. Like, I don't even know if I want to battle this nigga right now. Like, this nigga cool. Like,
wait, he had no hair when you battled
he
him,
had
right?
the waves
he had
and
that
all
look.
That. He had the
yeah. And now he got the
he got
the totally different look.
Yeah, he a totally different person, B. And he spent the whole while just talking about females like on some old Kevin Samuel shit for a long time. Now he just be on some old Spaces, blogging, and it's just I don't know. Verb is just, he's a different dude. And it's like,
because you ended up calling him a diva and a damsel at one point too.
Yeah, he was. That's what I felt like he was. I even took a shot at him when I battled the Metta dude. Like, I was taking a shot at him then. Like, yo, I bet that was part of the little 2-year wait. Like, I was still shooting at you. Like, when you gonna step up? And it's like, I feel like he would have stepped up, and within that period, I'd have killed him. I'd have killed Verb. But it just, God was on his side, because he got me at the right time, oh boy. For real, you got me at a time where, my nigga, I was just like, you got it right now, bro. We gonna have to do this another time. I know I can't call it, I'm here. So I said, fuck it, I take the punishment. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Do you remember the first time you met Sean Price?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Sean Price called me. He got my number from a nigga we know named Bam. And out the blue, I just got a call from a nigga. This Swave Sevah? I was like, yeah. I fuck with you, fam. Your shit fire, fam. You be doing the battle shit. Your shit fire, fam. You nice. I fuck with you. We need to do something. That. Yo, take my number. Store my shit. Store it. Then he called me to meet him at the studio. And I met him at Daylyt Man's studio. Now, this is my first real formal sit down with him. I had met Price a couple times, which I was explaining to these niggas, but these niggas don't remember. But like I met Rock at a rap cypher in Washington Square Park years ago. He don't remember. And Sean, I had met him in front of Virgin Megastore. They was snapping on some dude. Yo, these niggas he was with some niggas, bro. And they was snapping on some dude. Crazy. And the shit had me fucking in stitches, bro. Like, Sean was a funny nigga, bro. Like, for real, for real. And I just remember chopping it up. It was him, and, you know, niggas started smoking weed. At the time, weed was very illegal in New York, so the nigga was in the cut smoking weed. There was a spot called Barcode. And it was like an arcade shit, and right outside, around the corner a little bit, nigga was over there smoking weed. So when I seen him smoking weed, I went over and started smoking weed, me and my nigga Blood. And then we all just kind of made a big-ass rap weed cipher real quick and started talking shit. And then he was asking niggas where niggas from. Blood was from LES, I was from Harlem. And then nigga was like, yeah, niggas, we know who you are, B. And it was like, yeah, Helter Skelter. He was like, all right, I fuck with it. So he didn't remember that when I told him that story, but that was the very first time I met him. But the first time me and him chopped it up was at the studio. And that's when we, like, really chopped it up. We was in there spitting, going bar for bar. That we just became like brothers, like, you know what I mean? And
because you guys did 2 songs together, right? Talk to Him and Bars of Death.
Yeah. Bars of Death was on his mixtape, Kimbo Price.
Right.
And then Talk to Him was on my album, Son of a One-Armed Man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But we, you know, me and Price it was like family instantly, you know what I mean? Shout out to Bernadette. Bernadette wound up becoming besties with my son mother.
Wow.
And then Sean and Bernadette is my son godparents.
Man, that's amazing, bro.
I mean, so Bernadette is his godmother. Rest in peace, Sean Price. That's his godfather. And we just clicked, bro. We was everywhere. You know what I mean? He had a show in New Mexico. I was there. We just clicked. Crazy. And, you know, Sean was staying, we was at the kitchen table all the time, listening to beats, rapping, going to shows, chilling. He was at my album release party for Son of a One-Armed Man. That video's on YouTube for that. He performed. Him and Pharaoh. I had a sold-out album release party that PH helped me put together. Rest in peace, PH again. And yeah, Sean performed. Shit, that was my brother.
Yeah, man. So on August 8th, 2015, Sean passed away. What was your reaction when you got the news?
Man, this is the same summer we lost PH, bro. We fucked up over here, bro. And we fucked up over there, bro. My homie niggas is like our hearts has been ripped out of our chests. We damn near can't breathe over here, man.
That's crazy. It was only 2 months later, pretty much, from PH.
Yes. And in November of the year prior of 2014, we lost Arch.
Right.
We lost J Arch, November of 2014, right? We got December, January, February, March, April, May. 7 months later, we lose PH. Then 2 months later, Sean. Oh my D, it's like I cut my hair. I cut my hair to honor my brothers. I scalped myself, bro. Yeah, I've seen.
How did you feel that honored them?
I just needed to change, bro. I needed something to lose.
You needed a new start.
Yes.
Yeah. Cause I don't know if you're really into this, but like they say that our hair energetically holds like a lot. You know what I'm saying? So like it's when you cut it, like especially if you have long hair, it's like you're letting go of a lot.
Yeah.
That we store in there.
I still got my hair. I still got it. I ain't throw it away. I still got it bagged up. But I had to let it go. I had to. Something dear to me that I felt. I loved my hair. If you would have asked me before all of them, I would have never cut my shit. So I felt like I had to lose something along with that. Like, I don't know. It was just a weird feeling for me, bro. I had to do something to change something. I had to release some kind of weight off my shoulders, or it was just a new beginning. I needed something. I needed to breathe again. I needed just had to, bro. I just felt like it. I needed to change.
Right. Can you talk about the incident at the mural where you, Poison Pen, and others beat up that guy for wilding out?
He was wild disrespectful, bro. And we was at the mural having a good old time, and he was just saying wild, disrespectful shit. And he approached Bernadette wrong. He approached Poison Pen wrong. And I don't know if he was high on something, but he was just being wild disrespectful. And I'm trying to think of who hit him first, because Bernadette popped on him too.
Well, from what Penn told me, what happened was the cops were there. They took him away and put him on the ambulance stretcher. He jumps off the stretcher.
Yeah, but he's absolutely right. But something made him, he did something to make the cops put him in the ambulance.
Right.
I forgot what it was. He was being weird. He did something that was everybody. He caught our attention already. He said something. He was acting weird. He was yelling and just saying dumb shit, right? And then 5-0 came. No. He came over. He got popped on twice. Okay, I remember now. He came over the first time. He was saying wild shit out his face. He went over to, I don't want to say my brother's name, but there's another fella involved that wound up punching him in his mouth. Right? When he punched him, a little melee broke out and made Money start acting crazy. He was already acting crazy saying shit. That's where 5-0 came over. 5-0 came over to the nigga. Nigga was leaking out his mouth. They put him on an ambulance. As he was going on the ambulance, he was still talking shit. 5-0 was telling him to shut up. They put him on the ambulance. Ambulance closed the door. They never drove off, though. They were just sitting in the street. You know how they check you right there first before they drive off? I guess that's what they was doing. But the ambulance doors was closed. So we went back to resume. We just resumed. We sitting there chilling, rejoicing. We at the middle. Next thing you know, you seen the ambulance door fly open. This nigga come flying out the back of the ambulance. And he run up and fucking Poison Pen face. So Poison Pen wound up choke slamming this nigga against the wall. Like, Poison Pen hit the nigga and then Bernadette hit the nigga. Bing! And he just started, you know what I mean? So when I seen Pen do that, I just reacted. I wound up kicking the shit out this nigga in his face. Nigga flew against the wall. All the Brooklyn niggas started hitting this nigga. This nigga chain miraculously popped off and wound up in somebody's pocket. And
Penn said it was in his hand. And when the
I ain't gonna, you know, and when that's what Penn said.
And when the cops came, they saw that he had the chain in his hand, and they looked at him, and then the cops told him, "It's time to go, right?
It's time to go." Niggas hit him with one of these. Yo, it's time to go. Yeah. And we just walked off after that. Everybody, I had Tyson mother was with me. So I grabbed her, we went and got in the car. I made sure Penn was good. He said he good, and we peeled out.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, we beat the shit out of him.
You actually performed at Sean's 50th birthday at a celebration.
Yes, I did. I performed at a couple of them.
You had Penn with you. Rock was there. Just like everybody was there. That was beautiful, man.
Yeah, my daughter was there too. That shit was beautiful. Yeah, that shit was dope. I love them shits, man. I love representing for my brother.
Well, rest in peace to Sean, man.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Shout out to Bernadette. Shout out to Duck Down.
Definitely.
What happened when someone stole your hoodie when you were on tour with Cannibal Ox in Vancouver? I could already tell by your reaction. I was like, I know this is gonna be a good one.
Okay, I'm gonna kill these niggas because I know they told you this shit. I got a thing, right? I don't like thieves. Especially when you steal my shit. I'm not a thief, bro. I used to rob niggas, but this is different between thief and robbing. Like, the thief is sneaky, like, steal shit out your house and shit. I don't like, stay the fuck away from me. So, we in Vancouver. We on tour, Cannibal Ox. We in Vancouver. And, there was a dude there that was a fan of Vancouver. He was a fan of Vaz. And he bought a care packet. He bought us mad weed in a basket, mad edibles, wild shit, right? But he kind of overstayed his welcome in the green room to the point where Vaz was telling the nigga he had to go. You feel me? And he caught an attitude. And he started bitching at Vaz like, nigga, like he didn't say nigga, but he was like, yo, I bought you all this, you kicking me out? Are you serious? To the point where security came and escorted him out. Now, at the time, I'm laughing. Like, I ain't care. I'm like, yo, Vaz, you better stop letting these weirdos in. You know what I mean? I got to think it's weirdoism, B. I don't like weirdo shit, bro. Weirdo shit come around me, I start clearing out. I start checking out, bro. I don't like this shit. So I was telling Vaz, like, you better watch who you bring around, my nigga. It was funny to me, right? Because Money really got mad, like. And Vaz is like, yo, no disrespect, but, you know, he had a girl in there with him. He trying to get a peace of mind. Like, yo, she telling Money to clear out. Money ain't want to leave because he bought all this weed and gifts and shit. He think he entitled. So security wound up coming to get the nigga. So they leave. He like, they literally had to push him out the door. Like, he was really being that forceful and shit. So I'm like, whatever. I roll up. As I roll up, I see my headphones on the floor. Right? Now my headphones, I remember specifically, I left them. I got a hoodie with my brother Jay Arch's face on it. Like it's a dear hoodie to me. It got Jay Arch on it. And I had the hoodies inside the little hoodie pocket. That's where my headphones
the
were.
earbuds.
I had the headphones inside the hoodie pocket of that hoodie. Now, I took the hoodie off because we just got on stage. I'm hot. I got the T-shirt on, but I'm rolling up and I'm looking at my headphones on the floor. I know for a fact I left them in that hoodie pocket. So I'm looking at my headphones, which made me look for my hoodie. My hoodie ain't nowhere to be found. Now I'm tight because we in Vancouver. It's type chilly. I got a T-shirt on. Yo, hold on. I need my hoodie, bro. Plus, that's my J Arch hoodie. So I run out. Yo, I'm asking Penn, yo, you see my hoodie? Nah. You see my hoodie? Nah. I'm asking security, yo, anybody seen a hoodie? They telling me no. There was a DJ Low Cash. He come upstairs. He say, yo, Swave, how your hoodie look? Is that the black hoodie you had with your boy? I'm like, yeah. He was like, yo, I think Money got it outside. I said, who? He said, the fan dude that was just in here. I said, nah, you wildin'. Go downstairs, outside. Sure enough, this nigga got my hoodie in his hand. So I say, yo, fam, Arch face, clear as day. My brother, J Arch. So I say, yo, fam, give me my hoodie. And this nigga's like tug-of-warring with me. Like, he don't want to let go of my shit. Like, yo, fam, get off my fucking hoodie. He was like, nah, this is my hoodie, B. I'm taking it. Get off. What? Snatched it out his hand. I pushed the nigga against the fence. He bounced off. I caught him. Mom, nigga dropped. He's out of it. The security, they praising me. Wow, yo, damn, you hit. Yo, you hit. Great hit. Damn, that was great. And then they start telling the bouncers for the spot. And then Poison Pen come. Yo, come on, go back inside, go back inside. And then I go inside. I'm mad because this nigga stole Arch hoodie. Like, yo, you stupid nigga. You stole all articles of clothing. You could have stole merch, T-shirts. We had a homie shirt. You stole my hoodie with my brother face on it, nigga, that no longer here. Nigga, you crazy. I knocked that nigga
and he don't even know
him.
He
don't even know who
right?
this is on the hoodie, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I knocked that nigga smooth out. One hit. Bang! That nigga went out.
That's crazy wild, bro. It's like, why would you want a hoodie of somebody you don't even know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously, that's not something that you can just get like easily again. So of course, I understand why you were like so upset. Like, yo, this is like a unique item.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, everybody got that. Only family members.
Yeah.
You feel me? Nah, if you would have started, I would have been on dumb hurt if I ain't get that hoodie back. Nah. So I knocked him out. One hit a quitter.
When did you meet Chino XL?
I met Chino on tour rocking with Tech. Rebel Arms, baby. Chino Rebel Arms.
What year was this?
It had to be like, I want to say like 2010, maybe.
Okay.
09, 2010. Around there, we did Rock the Bells together. I got pictures of me and Chino, both of us got our braids and shit. You know, yeah. I met him on tour with Tech, touring with Tech. You know, he joined the squad, Rebel Arms, that we all just started touring together. And I mean, me, Tech, Chino XL, Penn, Akir, Diabolic, DJ G.I. Joe, CF, DJ Static, The Circle. That's Rebel Arms. You know what I mean? And we just started touring the world together, all over Europe, everywhere. You know what I mean? The States, niggas done went to New Zealand, Australia, niggas done went everywhere. Feel me? And
what was that friendship like with Chino?
Brotherhood, you know, friendships. That's my brother. Chino was my brother, bro. We had some of the best times on the road together. We would sit there, have ciphers. We would sit there, tell stories. Some of the best conversations we had is us talking about our kids. You know what I mean? This is my boy. The last tour I did, the last tour I went on, period, with them is with me, Tech, and Chino. It was just me, Tech, Chino, and Static. We did Europe. That's the last tour that I was a part of, that I did, was with them. Me, Tech, Chino, and Static. We did London, Manchester. We did Oslo. We did Brighton, Norway. What else we did? What else? Not Georgia. What's that shit? Hampton. Is it Hampton? Hamilton or some shit like that. We did a bunch of them, B. I gotta look at the schedule again if I can find it, but we got in Europe all over that shit, bro.
How would you describe Chino as a person? Like, what was he like?
Man, one of my favorite human beings. Chino was one of the realest niggas ever, man. He was down to earth, and he was a thinker. I love Chino because he ain't let his emotions get the best of him. He thought things. I mean, with him, we had the best conversations, bro, about everything. Not just rap, about everything, B. You know what I mean? I call Chino when I'm feeling fucked up. One thing about Chino, you can feel the love when you talk to that nigga. This nigga would just call you out the blue just to check on you, B. When they had them when them Cali fires was going on, some of that shit took place right behind his house. I called the nigga when I found out, and when he picked up, this nigga was like, yo, Swave, this is why I fucking love you, man. It was just, we went straight into it, like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, when my pops passed, he was one of the first people that called me. You know what I mean? That it was a brotherhood, bro.
Yeah.
It's he was one of the greatest human beings I met, man. He was real official. You could take his word to the bank. If he told you something, he meant it. You know what I mean? He was honest, honorable. You know what I mean?
And he passed away on July 28th, 2024. And when you found out, like, did you know that he was dealing with what he was dealing with at that time?
You know what? Not to that extreme. No. I'm going to say no. Did I hear little things here and there? Yeah, but I hear little things about a lot of people. Did I have a conversation with Chino personally and he tell me he was dealing with this? No. I never had that conversation with Chino where he was like, yo, Swave, I feel. Because, you know, I wish I would have, because we would have spoke about it. But little things I was hearing here and there, after hearing about what happened, now everything is seeming a little bit more, okay, now I understand why I was hearing things, type shit. Because, you know, we all got our demons we fight, man.
Right.
We all got our little, but sometimes just finding the right person to vent to, or the right way to let it out helps, man. And like I said, I just wish I knew more and I could have said something or did more. Because I was oblivious to it to this extent. Like I said, I heard, but I ain't never heard it from him. And when I was around him, everything seemed great. You know what I mean? We was having a blast on the road. Laughing, joking. Me and Chino used to snap on each other, be going crazy. You know what I mean? You know, Chino used to bench like 400. This nigga's, you know what I mean? We be in the hotels on the road, in the gyms, working out. This nigga showing off. You be like, man, I ain't fucking with you, bro. Like, this nigga was like He-Man type shit. Like, Yeah, like, yeah.
So is it safe to say that you were super shocked when you found out the reason?
I was dumb. Yeah, hell yeah. It hurt. I was angry. I got mad at him at first. I got mad at him like, yo, you did what, bro? No, you ain't do that. But like I said, you never know what somebody really could be battling. And he suddenly didn't talk to me about it. So I'm not mad no more. I'm hurt. You know what I mean? And I pray for his daughters. You know, I know there's a lot of madness going on with his name involved now. Trying my best to stay out of it, but I'm hearing a lot of names of people I love being mentioned. And it's like, I know a little information and shit that's being said about certain people ain't true. But I'm going to stay out of that, man, because I know my emotion ain't going to take it. I'm going to want to slap somebody, man. And I'm just going to stay where I'm at with it, B. But I love Chino to death, man. I love his family. And I just pray for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's just a unfortunate situation because it's the last thing that anybody should be dealing with when you lose your loved one. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. Yeah. Everybody should be coming together, but it seems like it's just separating people, and that's, you know, man, rest in peace, Chino, boy. I love you, bro.
Yeah. You got a funny story or something, though? Just to brighten the mood a little bit?
Funny story about who? With Chino?
Chino. Yeah.
Oh, funny story with Chino? Yeah, I do. We on the road, right? I forget what city we was in. I do not remember what city we was in. But we in a hotel, and we walking me, Chino, Poison Pen, Diabolic, and Immortal Technique. The 5 of us, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think maybe DJ G.I. Joe might have been there too. It might have been 6 of us. So we walking through it's like the hotel we staying in, it's like it got this long ass hallway. And we walking through the hallway. We like pretty much exploring the hotel. Looking for like the gym. Chino always look for the gym in the hotel and shit. So we like walking around looking for the gym. And as we walking, we see a dude and a chick, right? And the chick is barefooted, and her and the dude just got finished arguing. You could tell there was a lot of aggressive shit going on. You feel me? But as we walk, Money kind of chill. But shorty, you could tell they was fighting.
There was tension.
Yeah, it was tension, right? So we walking, we see she's barefooted. This nigga got his shoes. Okay, let me back up. The first thing we noticed was a pair of shoes in this hallway on the floor, right? And then as we walk, we see this couple, and she's barefooted, looking disheveled, and he's there, and you could tell there's tension, right? So we walk by, they quiet. So we notice she's barefooted. Then we think about the shoes way down the hall and shit, right? So we walking by, Chino go, yo, let me ask you something. Excuse me, lovely. He said, excuse me, lovely. Are those your shoes all the way down the hall? And she said, yep. And then he said, is this guy preventing you from getting your shoes all the way down the hall? She was like, yo, he is doing a lot right now, right? Chino go, yo, fam, I advise you to walk down there and go get her shoes and bring them back to her. And Money as he started talking, Chino said, yo, I advise you to go down there, go get her shoes and bring them back. And Money just started slowing his tone, slowly walked off, and he diddy bopped his way. He diddy bopped his ass all the way down the hall, picked up the shoes, and tried to do the little tough walk back. But he had the shoes, though. He came, right? He said, yo, give her shoes. He threw them shits on the ground. He was like, yo, fam, don't make, yo, you see us, bro? We look like we fucking playing with you. Mind you, Chino big, you know, Diabolic, big ass, knee,
Yeah.
pen, you know, tech. So Money picked up the shoes and he handed her shoes. And then Chino was like, miss, if this dude give you any more problems, we're in the hotel. Just go to the front desk, ask for Chino or Technique. And I'm like, ask for Swave, you know what I mean? They'll direct you where we at, and you come get one of us. And we walked off. Just like that. We don't know what happened after that the show. We ain't seen him ever again. But respectfully, made that nigga walk all the way down that hall, get the shoes, brought them back. He threw them on the floor. He made them nigga pick it up and hand her shoes. Nigga, you bitch ass nigga.
You know, all the stories that I hear about Chino, that seems right on brand for him. That like he loved women, respected women, and like was a very like about taking care of people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened. That's a fact. Yeah. Shout out to my
Rest in
nigga.
peace to Chino, man.
Rest in peace.
All right. In 2024, there was a situation where this guy was very angry and drove in his car all the way to an event just so that he can, you know, assault another guy. But you know what and somebody that I'm talking to right now was present there at the situation that stopped them from fighting. And shout out to my guy Debo. You know?
I had the S on my chest that day like this.
Yeah, you saved somebody, you know what I mean? Like for real. But one of the greatest like memes and viral situations happened from that.
Where Debo at? Where Debo?
The R&B music cueing, you know.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious. He had the whole soggy sock flapping around. Chill, son. Where Debo at?
Take us through that, man. What was your okay? At the beginning, when you started to notice that there was a problem, like what was your reaction? You were just like, "What the hell's going on?" Or
yeah,
what?
you know what's crazy? I was minding my business, B. I forgot who I was talking to, but I was minding my business, and I happened to look over my right shoulder, and I saw Debo in Ike's face. Now, Ike got his back to me, but I'm looking at Debo's face, and he looks dead serious, bro. And I'm looking at body language. I'm like, I see Ike like, so I'm thinking no two niggas is getting into it. You feel me? So I walk over there. When I walk over there, I'm like, yo, what's up? And I go, yo, this nigga bugging out, B, trying to go do something to Angryfan. And I said, what? And I look at Debo, and Debo like, yo, where that nigga at, Swave? And I say, yo, Debo, chill. And as I'm saying chill, he spots him.
Oh, shit.
And he steamrolled past the nigga. Oof, like, oh.
So you're like a lion.
So he made me bump into some girl who I knocked down. You feel me? That's how hard he hit me. But I managed to still keep a hold on his arm, his sleeve or something, right? Which saved Angryfan because I was holding him, it took away from his punch momentum. So it went from this to this, and it became like a backslap. Cause I'm pulling him like, you know what I mean? And I just happened to just grab the nigga in time. And yeah, Angryfan ain't get the hook shot that was coming for the, you know what I mean? And he just got the little, you know what I mean? So I saved him that way. And then I wound up pulling Debo out the building.
What was your reaction when you saw him get slapped, though?
I mean, I was so busy holding Debo back. I ain't really think about it until I saw the video.
Gotcha.
Cause I ain't really see I really didn't see the contact because I was holding him. When I saw the video is when I saw the contact. I ain't see the contact when Debo hit him. I saw the wind up, but I'm pulling him.
Right.
So I ain't see it's when I saw the video online, I was like, oh, he slapped the shit out this nigga. It was like a little baby slap, like, you know what I mean? But I had pulled Debo outside, and that's when me and Debo got into our little argument and all that. But I didn't know Angryfan told Debo the SMD. So Debo told me outside, yeah, that nigga told me SMD, and that's when I was like, oh, I ain't know that. He was like, yes, Swave, you don't know shit. Why you stopping? You my brother. You ain't supposed to be stopping me. He was just mad that I stopped him. And I'm like, I ain't really stop you for that. I stopped because it's QB event. Her mother in there, grandmother, like, yo, my nigga, you ain't about to mess up the event. This QB shit. You feel me? So I was really, QB like my little sister. So nah, ain't nobody fucking up her shit. So that's why I really was stopping the QB mom. I call that lady mom. You know what I mean? She here. Like, you ain't about to mess this up, bro. So that's why I was really stopping it. But I ain't know Angryfan had said that. And, I know they had tension from little arguments online and all that. But I ain't no Angryfan because I don't play that either. So I ain't no Angryfan said that. So when he even told me that he said that outside, I went back inside to get Angryfan to come outside so they could shoot the fade. That's why I went back inside. I went inside to get Angryfan. When I went back inside, they told me Angryfan was outside. So I'm like, oh, all right. I went back outside, and then that's you saw when this nigga was soggy. I don't know where Debo went after that. I left Debo outside. When I went back outside, Angryfan was out there screaming in the rain and all that.
Well, first I want to say I love my bro Debo, man. Shout out to Debo.
Yeah.
When I interviewed him about the situation, he has said that like they had spoke on the phone previously and Angryfan had apologized for the situation, but when Debo started really thinking about it, he was like, it wasn't sufficient. I guess the apology.
Yeah, see, I didn't even know that part. You know what I mean?
Because I asked him, I'm like, why didn't you
apologize?
I was like, why didn't you call him back to be like, you know what? After I think about it, the apology isn't enough. You know what I mean? Like, why didn't you say that? He was like, nah, I wasn't gonna do that. But I get where he's coming from because if the disrespect is really loud, the apology should be just as loud. I mean, when you say something publicly like that, you gotta apologize publicly too.
Like you can't disrespect in public and then try to apologize privately. Like that shit
behind the scenes.
Don't really fly.
Yeah. I get it.
That shit is funny.
Man, roll the clip. Do you feel like it was partly your ego because he disrespected you publicly to say something on that level of SMD, which is very serious, right? Especially for, the older generation.
And I'm old.
Social security ass.
I'm old.
But like, because it seemed like you was okay with letting it go and then you thought about it more and you was like, nah, this is too much.
Yeah. Pretty much that's the story. Like, I was okay, but then again, I wasn't.
Why didn't you call him back and be like, nah, you owe me an apology publicly or something?
I'm not doing it. We ain't got to do all that. Because I know I wasn't going to get that. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, I was willing to take it to where I wanted to take it to, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately for him, that, and then...
So you found out he was at the event.
Yo, my man, you the cops? The way you talking to me and shit, like you bringing it down like you Vlad TV. Slow it down.
You know you done fucked up, right? So you bought the bottle of liquor. In the end, Debo said he didn't like regret any of that. But I knowing the type of guy he is, I know that he didn't want to mess up that event though. So he probably does feel a way about that,
Yeah, no, I know deep down inside he didn't either. That's why I was like, come on, man. Debo, you a league owner. You a nigga that, come on, my nigga. You don't want niggas messing up your events. Like, you can't, this is not a good look for you to be the one to do that. And I get it. But make that nigga come up, step to that nigga, man, yeah, what's up with all that shit? Yo, come outside real quick. That's how I would have handled it. I wouldn't have just came in bulldozing and just tried to swing on a nigga. Like, plus Angryfan was drunk. I'd have just been like, yo, come outside, bro. You gotta leave the building, bro. I just waited.
He caught a lot of backlash for that situation because people were saying, "Oh, you bullying him because he handicapped and he was drunk and stuff like that." But Debo said that he didn't even know dude was drunk at the time.
Nah,
that
he
the
didn't. Like, how would he know that
happened.
though? He ain't know. He wasn't there. He just came because he seen the nigga was dead on live. And he said, "Fuck that. It's gonna take me about 40 minutes to get there." He jumped in his car. I get that. You know, it's on site. You feel that way about him. And Angryfan, he not one that come out to every event. So when you see him, you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta boogie.
You gotta catch him when you can catch him.
Yeah, so that's what Debo was on. He said, "Oh, he there?" And he came, but pause. He drove out there, but it's like, yo, you know what I mean? He had no way to know Angryfan was drunk. Like, I get him on that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But Angryfan was super drunk, and he is a tad handicapped with the one arm. So it's like Debo had a super advantage. And it's like, it was just at the wrong place, wrong time. Like, boy, I can't let that go down here, man.
You know, though, Debo said that he was a fan of Angryfan, though, before, you know what I mean? So I hope that they could squash it and put it behind them. But that those memes was fucking hilarious, though. So
yeah, that's the whole fact, bro. I can't even lie. Bro. Angryfan, yo, they was putting the R&B music behind it and shit. That shit had me dying. Like, nah.
Because the only thing that was missing was the fucking 90s phone and shit like that. That would have been a perfect R&B.
The internet is undefeated.
Argument with your girl.
The internet is undefeated, bro.
It is,
that
man.
That shit
it really
had
is.
me in tears, B. The slow motion walk through the rain. The new edition,
man.
can you stand the rain? I was dying like, oh, they going crazy.
And they quick with it too. That's the worst part. It's just how fast they think to do it. You know what I'm saying? And they get it out. That's insane, man.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
All right, man. But this is the last sad question, but I feel like we had to cover it because your brother, Bishop Brigante, man, he meant a lot to you. You know what I mean? And this one hit real hard. And he passed away on March 30th, 2025.
Yeah.
Now, you know, leading up to that, like, were you really in close contact with him when he was going through his journey and everything?
All the time. I just spoke to his son today, Lito.
Man.
Yeah, I was along with him on his journey. We did a 12-hour marathon to raise money for him. Telethon, I mean, on the podcast. There you got my eyes tearing up, my nigga. I was trying to fight him this whole shit. You and your sad ass story. Thank you, Panda. Yeah, Bishop. That was one of my best friends in this world, bro. Like, literally. This is how we met. It just was so organic and so natural. It was just like, I felt like I never knew this little Canadian from a can of paint, but when I met him, I felt like I knew him since I walked this planet. I feel like we grew up together. When he met my family, it was so organic. It felt like they knew him. When I met his family, his mother gravitated to me. It was like, yo, this is unreal how it just happened, bro. And it was like early 2000s, man, 2002 or some shit like that. And it's like, ever since, he being in Canada, whenever he came to New York, he stayed here. If I go to Canada, I stay at his crib. It's like, my nigga, that nigga had a part on a show called Platinum back in the day that was on UPN.
Right.
Nigga had me out there in Canada on the set with him, chilling with Sticky Fingers and them niggas. Sticky Fingers was on the show as well. You know what I mean? MC Lyte was on the show. With a bunch of, we were just chilling. Like, we went to break.
Wait, how did you meet him?
How did I meet him?
Yeah.
Okay, so, hip hop. Bishop. Okay, let's go back to the battle and shit, right? The off-camera era.
Right.
Nigga, I told you I come from a cool called Stronghold, and we was known for being champs in the battle scene.
Right.
And Bishop had beat Jin. If you know anything about Jin, back then, Jin was one of them names that if somebody said they beat him, then we need to know who this nigga is, because Jin was killing everybody as well, right? He made a super name for him at Fight Club and 106 in Park. Jin was killing everything. He was all up on the underground battle circuits, killing shit with us. Yeah, Jin was one of them. And Bishop, Jin had battled Bishop. They got a trilogy. And I think Bishop got him twice out of the 3. So I know this dude named Adam Matthews. Adam Matthews was writing for Vibe magazine. And he was doing a report on 3 MCs, one from the US, one from Europe, one from Canada. Bishop was the one from Canada, right? So he brought Bishop to New York to stay at his crib so he could do the story, the interview him and write about him, right? And at the meantime, he also brought Bishop around us. Now, there was another dude that I know named Beef. Beef had this thing called sneaker pimping that he was doing every Tuesday down at LES. It was at a Chinese massage parlor that they made it to like a little club. And the name of the spot was Happy Endings. This is word to mother.
Oh, shit.
Word that if I'm lying, I'm frying. It was at a place called Happy Endings down in LES. It was a Chinese massage parlor. And they decked it out where the little booths downstairs, they made them into little smoke rooms and shit. Niggas was all down there chilling and smoking, the DJ playing music. The bar was bumping. And me, Poison Pen, my nigga Breeze Ever Flowing, we was all there. The nigga Aguilar was there. There was a lot of people there. It was popping, like mad females was there. It was popping, bro. And it was called sneaker pimping. Beef had it so if you had sneakers on, you get in free. So nigga was in there with sneakers on, bagging shorties. Nigga was ciphering, rapping. And then here come Adam Matthews in with this nigga Bishop. And he walked right up to us and he come up to me, he go, yo, this is Bishop Brigante. He ain't even had a Brigante name yet. He said, yo, this dude, this is Bishop. He's from Canada. He's the battle champ in Canada. This is how Adam introduced him to me. He's the battle champ in Canada, in Toronto. So instantly, you say that to a bunch of wolves, like, we look at him like battle champ. So we start chopping it up. And he wound up jumping into our cipher. We rapping and shit. He rapping with us. Oh, this nigga really got skill. We go outside, niggas start playing beat from the car, and Bishop and Aguilar start getting into it. Rest in peace. If you would let Bishop tell you he battled Aguilar, because they did go forever, because, you know, we done dropped out now. Now it's just him and Aguilar going back and forth to these beats, and Bishop is cooking, right? And I fuck with him like, nah, this nigga cooking, but they was rapping forever. So when they rapped like an hour, my nigga, I ain't gonna lie.
Wow.
For real, like these niggas were just going and going. Him and Aguilar, freestyle, rapping, bars written, whatever. They were just rapping. Aguilar playing his beats and shit. And, by the end of it, nigga Adam Matthews dap us up. Bishop, I dap him up. I exchanged numbers with him. And he left with Adam Matthews. He was staying at Adam Matthews' crib. So then, about a day or two later, I get a call from Bishop, right? He go, yo, bro, I know you just met me, but I'm from Canada. This dude got me out here staying at his crib, and now he's kicking me out because he's trying to accuse me of trying to talk to his wife. So I go, what? He was like, yo, this Adam Matthews guy's bugging out. He's kicking me out. I ain't got nowhere to go, bro. I'm not from here. I'm from Canada, guy. I ain't got no way to get back. He was waiting for somebody to send him some bread to get a ticket. He ain't had nowhere to go. He ain't had no plane ticket. He ain't had no ticket back to Canada. And I went and got him. I went up, I pulled up, I got him, brought him back here to my crib. And the nigga had a big ass rollaway luggage and shit. And then I ain't really know this nigga at all. I just brought him here. The nigga literally stayed with me for about 2 weeks. He stayed with me for about 2 weeks, no doubt. And during that 2 weeks, we got mad shit accomplished, bro. The nigga got a part in the Narc movie. The nigga went on 106 in Park Freestyle Friday. Like, mad shit happened. And this what made me fuck with the nigga, because he was a go-getter. This nigga was in here making phone calls, doing shit. I've been in New York all my life doing this underground shit, and this nigga went and got a part in a movie, 106 in Park Freestyle Friday. I was just watching this nigga calling Busta Rhymes and shit on his phone. Like, this nigga was just moving, bro.
Wow.
You feel me? And I respected it. I respected his grind. Then he told me who he was, like how much he have a name in Canada, and told me, yo, if you come to Toronto, I got you. And then I wound up going out there for a video shoot, and he was right. He was the man in Canada. Like, nah, this nigga really. And we just chopped it. We just been tight ever since, bro.
Man.
That's right.
That's amazing, bro. When you were talking about, like, he was the other person that made you rap and everything, what were you talking about?
Because him and PH was the nigga that say, because Bishop knew about, remember I told you he met us on, Adam Matthews introduced him as the battle champ of Canada. So the day I met him, we was all ciphering and throwing punchlines around, and we was all just amazing each other. And then he started battling Aguilar, and it was just like crazy. So we met him on a bar, like MC note, like we bar smiths over here, nigga. You ain't just gonna come over here and think you a battle champ. You gonna have to work for that, nigga. Like, we met him on that. And when he was telling me he was that man in Canada, you know, I was like, all right, nigga. You know what I mean? So he already felt the presence of us being battle MCs when he was with us. And then he heard the stories. Yeah, we Strawhole. We got the most champs out here. Yo, Swave done won this. Immortal Technique won this. This nigga won this. This nigga won that, right? So fast forward, when it came to battling, he had heard about me, but he never saw me in action. So Bishop was the one of them niggas campaigning like, yo, Swave. He was one of the niggas I called when PH first brought it up to me. And when I told him about it, he was like, nah, do that shit. He was like, yo, I'm dying to see you battle a nigga. But yo, go ahead, yo. You should do, yo, please, yo, fam, do that shit for me. Nah, Sway, do that shit. It was Bishop and PH on me like that. Like, yo, do that shit, bro. And I wound up doing it. Poison Pen and Ike was like, don't do it. Word to everything. They told me not to do it.
Wow.
PH and Bishop was like, nah, you gotta do it, bro. You gotta do it. PH was like, yo, I'm booking you, bro. And Bishop was like, nah, bro, please, I want to see you battle, bro. I hear about it, but I ain't see you do it yet. Nah, you gotta battle, bro. I gotta see this, bro. And I was like, all right, watch this.
What was the last conversation like with him before he passed away?
I just told him I love him. He was kind of in a bad, he was, you know, he wasn't really talking. So I just called his phone He picked up, and I said, yo, I don't want you to talk much. I'm going to just talk. And I just spoke my heart to him. This is my last conversation with Bishop. I just told him I love him. I told him I thank him for everything that he did for me. I told him I thank him for everything he did for me. And for being my brother and just being loyal, that nigga was a ride or die, bro. That nigga. I just talked. I just spoke my mind. I just spoke. I laughed. I spoke about times we had that was dumb funny. We had a song that we started recording. We never finished, called Cancun Pictures. And what happens in Cancun stays in Cancun. That shit. And yeah, man, Bishop, that was my nigga. Be like for real, bro. And fuck cancer, cause that shit hurt me. And even in his struggles, he still was going out his way to make shit right for other people, trying to get people to lower the age requirement to get colonoscopies and all that. Like he had a whole petition where he was going up before the board to get that age minimum changed to a lower age minimum because people were getting diagnosed at earlier ages, and you know, a lot of people were getting turned away asking for one at young ages, talking about you too young, and meanwhile you got niggas out here dying around them ages of this disease. So it's like he went hard to get shit changed around, and it actually worked. So even in his last days, he fought for others. That's my brother right there. That's my brother. Even in his final breaths, he used those to speak righteousness for others. My nigga's a hero, man. And I miss that nigga. And y'all really wouldn't know me if it wasn't for him, B. Cause I probably wouldn't have did this shit. I probably wouldn't have been battling. I probably would have just pursued music. I probably would have knew me for music because I would have went hard with that. But I went a battle. Ike and Penn was like, nigga. And I was actually on the road with these niggas, getting money with these niggas. Like we was. So, yeah, that's my brother.
Rest in peace to Bishop Brigante, man.
Yeah, man.
Can you talk about like a funny memory or your favorite memory with Bishop, man?
Yo, me and Bishop was in Vegas together. Bishop played in the World Series of Poker. He was a gambling man as well.
Oh, shit.
And during, it's crazy because while he played in the World Series of Poker, I had a record deal with Universal for a little while that didn't go too right, but they had sent me to Vegas to open up for a Chameleon Air show. Chameleon Air was performing at the World Series of Poker. And it just so happened that Bishop was playing in the World Series of Poker. Bishop had a record deal with a label called Bodog, who also dealt with various things in gambling. So they thought it would be a good connection to market their artist who was calling himself the gambling man at the time by putting him in the World Series of Poker. And they did it. He actually played in the World Series of Poker. And it was crazy because I was out there to perform, and me and Bishop wound up linking, stayed at the Wynn Hotel, and we was out there for 2 weeks in Vegas. He was out there longer than I was. I was out there for 10 days. And he was out there for a little 2 weeks and better. But that whole time in Vegas, we wowed the fuck out. Yo, listen, I'm a dice roller. Me and Bishop got on a crap table in the lobby of the Wynn Hotel, right? This when I was drinking and shit too. I don't drink no more, but I was drinking. We tore this crap table up, my nigga. First of all, Lennox, the boxer Lennox Lewis was on the crap table with us. So there was big money being bet. I started on this crap table, no lie, with about $55. I left this crap table, and this word to my kids, bro, with close to $7,000.
Damn. Oof.
All because Lennox Lewis was betting big money. We won that nigga, and we was called, he was a bird nigga because he ain't even, like, he left the table, and then the dealers is whack because they was like, he ain't even tip. Like, normally when niggas win that kind of money, they tip the table, they tip the dealers. He was betting on me and Bishop bets. Me and Bishop was roping them dice game, beating them crap tables, B. And he was betting along with us. He wouldn't even throw the dice. He would only bet when me and Bishop was throwing the dice. And we won that nigga.
Wow.
He was betting thousands. We won that nigga so much money, bro. That nigga walked away with chips galore. And then after he was like, yo, thanks, fellas, and then walked off. And then we all hyped, like, yeah, Lennox Lewis, we got that. Then they was like, they made us shit on him afterward, because they were like, nah, don't get hyped, because that's a sucker shit. Normally, people win that kind of money, they would have tipped you, man. You won that man thousands. He should have threw y'all thousands or something. That he was betting off, he was piggybacking off of y'all.
Right.
And then he was like, they ain't even tipped the dealers. And then we was like, yeah, fuck Lennox Lewis. Man, this was like, yeah, fuck him then, what? But word, that's a whole fact. After they made us feel away, we started like, word, yeah, then fuck that nigga, then word, yo. But
yeah, fuck him.
but I won like 7,000. Bishop won like 4. We roped that table, yo. We was going crazy. He stood on one side and I stood on one. So Bishop was actually standing next to Lennox Lewis, and I was on the other side of the table. And we started off, it just started with me, Bishop. It was an old man first, an old Chinese man. And we was calling him Miyagi, right? Cause he was going crazy. And we kept piggybacking off him. This is how I first got a couple hundred off old dude. Right? Because we was piggybacking off his bets because he was just cracking them. And that's where my position on the table, I started standing next to him. And the Bishop took position on the other side of the table. And then it started out with just 4 of us. It was me, the old Chinese dude, Bishop, and there was a lady. And then money, every time, we ain't want to roll. We just kept telling him, keep rolling. And this nigga was just letting us get money. And then we was making so much money, so much noise at that table, that we bought other people. So next thing you know, Lennox Lewis is there, and it's like no more spaces is open. It's just a full table. The shit is rocking, money is out, thousands on the table. So we was going crazy, me and Bishop. Old man had left at this point. And it's just me and Bishop, and now it's a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean? And you know, Lennox Lewis, they seen Lennox Lewis, so the crowd come, you know what I mean? And we was on that table going crazy. And this nigga Lennox Lewis must have won like 50,000. And that nigga walked off with 50,000. That nigga ain't tipped shit.
That's crazy.
Nigga ain't throw nobody nothing. Nigga said, thanks, guys, and walked off. We like, all right. And then the dealer was like, no, all right, man. That sucker shit. He ain't tipped the table. He was piggybacking off y'all bet. He ain't even tip y'all. And then I was like, what? You know what? You fuck that. Fuck Lennox Lewis, man. Yeah, you right. Yeah. Word. Shout out to Bishop, though. I miss you, brother. We had a ball in Vegas. I'll tell you another freaky story.
What?
I tell you another freaky story involving Bishop. This word to mother. Oh my gosh. Criss Angel. Yo, I don't know how they do these tricks, bro. And I don't be believing these shits, right? But we seen this same Vegas trip. We seen Criss Angel in front of the Venetian Hotel in Vegas. Now me and Bishop just walking the strip and we just seeing random shit. Talking to random chicks. We're seeing random shit. And we see Criss Angel, right? And Criss Angel is being mobbed by people in the street trying to get him to do tricks. And he's like, yo, hold on, people, I'm in the move right now. And everybody's begging him, please, one trick, one trick, one trick. Now, ain't no camera crew out. He's walking with like another dude, right? And finally he give in. So he go, all right, one trick. This word to my kids, bro. He go, one trick. Yeah. Hold up. He go, one trick, right? And okay, so how can I set this up? He gets a girl. He asks a girl. There was a girl there. It was like 3 girls in like a little group, right? He gets one of the girls. He asks her if she had a cell phone. She said, yeah. He asks to borrow her phone, right? He's holding her phone up. He goes, a phone number is 10 digits. He picked 5 volunteers out of the little crowd standing around him, right? I'm one of the 5. I don't know none of these people out here, bro. Bishop is with me. Bishop's not one of the 5, but he's with me. So I volunteered, like, yeah, I'm one of the 5 people that and then there's random guys. I don't know these niggas. He asked each of us to think of a 2-digit number. My number was 35. Why 35? Because that's my building number that I grew up with in Harlem, 35, right? So 35 was my number. He gave us the cell phone that he borrowed from Shorty, and he each asked us to put our number in this phone, right? We did. I put there was somebody in front of me, he took that number. I take the phone, I put 35 in, I pass it down. They put whatever numbers they thought of. When we gave it back to Chris Angel, this nigga pressed dial and it rang the girl phone who asked him to do the trick in the first place.
Wow. That's crazy. What the fuck?
Son, my nigga. How he do that, bro?
I don't know,
The
man.
Bishop used to always tell me, yo, Swave, they got a trick for all that shit. And I used to be like, yo, my nigga, some of that shit I see on TV be looking bugged out. Be walking on water shit, that should be looking weird. But I don't know these niggas. And I put my number in. I ain't tell these niggas I was putting 35. That was my number. Right. So I'm a part of the trick. That's what I'm saying. Even if Shorty's with him, my number, I put a number in the phone, bro. And I'm looking at the nigga. He ain't erased nothing to do nothing else. He held it. Mm-hmm. After he took it, he held it and he just pushed talk. And it rang Shorty phone.
Wow.
How did that happen, bro?
I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. I walked away after that. Like, nah, son, I don't want to be part of no witchcraft shit. Nah, son, that shit was different. And I'm looking at Bishop like, explain that one, nigga. He used to always try to break down jokes. Like, I'm always breaking down the tricks and shit. Like, yo, Swave, this shit ain't real. The David Blaine ain't. Yo, explain them card tricks them niggas be doing. I be sticking shit on the other side of the window and shit when they throw the cards against the glass. Like, explain how they do this shit, nigga. This nigga like, you always got some explanation. I was telling him, explain that. Niggas sitting there like, yo, I don't know. Cause you know, I'm with you, nigga. I ain't with none of these niggas. I don't know nothing. I'm not with this trick. I don't know these people. Nobody came up to me and said, yo, use 35, put 35. Nobody said we gonna stand in the order and then the phone is gonna be, no, nobody, I'm not included in that. How'd that happen, bro?
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, another story with Bishop. That was in Vegas as well, bro. It's word of my shit.
All right, Swave.
All right.
Last question, man. You recently found out that you and A$AP Rocky are actually cousins.
That's a fact.
Talk to us about that. What was your reaction when you found out, man?
Well, I kind of knew for a while. It's crazy, right? Because again, being on tour with Tech, I did a Rock the Bells with Tech some time ago and ran into A$AP Rocky at Rock the Bell. This is when I realized he knew who I was because he kind of ran down on me like, oh, Swave, yo, I'm a fan, yo, you be spitting them bars. So I was like, oh, all right. I didn't know he was my cousin then though, but I knew A$AP Rocky was, and that's the day I realized he knew who I was, right? So then fast forward some time, you know, I'm chilling with my mom one day, and she's, you know, my mom is always talking about family. So one day she's telling me about family, and A$AP Rocky and Rihanna come on the screen, and she go, yeah, you know that's your cousin. And I go, who? And she's like, yeah, A$AP, that's your cousin. Then she start breaking down the lineage. So to make a long story short, so I don't just start blaming names that y'all don't know. To make a long story short, my great-grandmother and his great-grandmother are sisters.
Wow.
So it's blood. It's not no bullshit. Like
Right.
my grandmother and his grandfather are first cousins, but they grew up like brother and sister. You know what I mean? My great-grandmother, her name was Hannah. His great-grandmother name is Anna Mae. They were sisters. So that's how, you know what I mean? So my mom started breaking down the lineage. So I told myself if I ever see him again, I'm going to tell him and see if he react. We got an aunt named Cheryl Jones that we both know. You know what I mean? She's the one around now that can vouch for everything. That Cheryl Jones is A$AP mother's sister. His mother name is Renee. That's my aunt. So I said, okay, cool. You know what I mean? When I see him again, I'm gonna bring up Aunt Cheryl, and you know what I mean? And so I seen him at the Lux watch party. And I told him, I was like, yo, let me talk to you. And I was like, yo, fam, we got an aunt named Cheryl Jones. He was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's my aunt first. And then we started talking. I just broke down the family. You know, your mother named Renee. He was like, yeah. And I just broke down who I was and with my family. And he was like, oh, shit, you my cousin. I'm like, yeah, nigga. Blood, too. And then, like, this ain't no play cousin Harlem shit. Nah, this real family shit. You know, and I'm big on family, which is another reason why I wanted to tell him, like, not because he A$AP Rocky, but, you know, my family is big on knowing who our family is. You know what I mean? And I'm big right now, I'm into showing my kids so they know who their family is, you know what I mean? So I be having a lot of talk with my kids about family. Like my son, I promised my son next time I go to Detroit, I'm taking him with me. So he been there before, but he was small, so now all the kids, our kids, the kids of my cousins and everybody's growing up. So I want him to meet his cousins and get to know them so they can grow up together. So have that rapport that I have with my cousins out there. You know what I mean? So it's just about
Right, for
family.
sure.
I'm big on family, and I got a big family. So and I got a daughter. My daughter 23. She live in Atlanta. Same thing with her. I want her to start getting to know her family better too. So
That's dope, man. That's crazy how life works, bro.
wow.
What do you think about the battle rap Olympics that him and Lux and Mook are starting?
I'm interested to see how it play out. I want to be involved. I'm definitely going to be involved. I'm going to hit them up like, yeah, whatever y'all need me to do, hit me. Even if y'all want me to battle, I don't even care. I told myself I was retiring this year, but if they ask me to do it, I'll definitely do it. Because I would like to see how it pan out.
Because I think it's so genius to have it be cities, though. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much. I've been saying that, though. I've been saying I want to see a Harlem versus everybody. Everybody should break up and rep their city and do it like the Olympics.
Right.
I'm dying to see this. Like, I can't wait. When I heard them say it, it was like, oh, it just got me excited again. Like, yes, that's fire. Yeah, I wanted, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man, for sure. Shout out to everybody involved, man. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely.
All right, Swave, man.
Yeah,
I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. Is there anything else
no
you
problem,
want to say
brother.
to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up? You got your podcast, right? Restore Order.
Yeah, tune into Restore Order every Monday between 8 and 10. 15 minutes of fame radio on YouTube. Just tune in every Monday. You know, we got a show coming up Monday. We're gonna have True Foe and all that on there. Tune in. We got some shit every Monday. You know what I mean? And then I got a new project coming out soon called Larry Swave. Also, my group CVs is back recording again. So we got some new music coming out soon too as well. So just stay tuned for that.
No doubt, man. For sure.